Fazer o... Boss semanal? I don't know.
This realm is
This realm is truly whatever, whatever, whatever.
if you ever have
E fazer as missões... Do I do the... Eu acho que não vou fazer as deles, não. Eu vou deixar pro final. Fazer primeiro só... Os... Hoje é segunda, né? Não tem... Não tem nada pra farmar, não. Acho que é quarta e sábado que tem que farmar. Eu não vou farmar Gold. Para armar o Gold. Gold. É salt que tá faltando, né? É, eu preciso de mais sal. Passar nas outras nações e comprar também pra não ficar sem... Na Bloodizuma. Depois eu vou farmar um Gold. E depois eu vou fazer... Deixa eu já liberar aqui logo. Ah, eu acho que eu vou fazer do Line primeiro. Vou fazer em ordem. Caralho, tem história pra caralho pra fazer, velho. Interesting. Então eu posso liberar as quests. Que ele só me dá a quest na hora que eu seleciono. Oh, kinda cool. Bem melhor isso. Eu acho que em Liu é o Second Life, se eu não me engano. Tomara que não seja aquela outra lá embaixo. Eu imagino que é essa daqui. Yep, nice. Ah, eu tinha que upar também a arma lá. Eu esqueci de upar a arma, velho, no evento. Caralho. A arma do evento lá de alquimia.
Yoo-hoo! Drop your weapons. Feeling lucky? Umbrella warfare, I guess. Hiya! Umbrella warfare, I guess.
É foda também porque eu tô usando a mesma parada que upa a arma pra upar a Theory, que é os drops do. Como é que é o nome daquele bicho lá?
Feeling
Spectre.
lucky? Hey there!
Sedge.
This one's got your name on it.
É o drop do Spectre.
Shower me with praise. Drop your weapons. This one's got your name on it. Feeling lucky?
What the fuck?
Umbrella warfare, I guess.
Esse foi o terceiro, né?
Strike a pose. Final warning. Hey there. Watch out. Hiya. Feeling lucky?
Yep. Vou colocar isso aqui até. Até eu acabar de farmar o negócio. Come on, dude. I fucking pressed the X button. Tem mais 5. Depois eu tenho que farmar os drop da Theory / drop da arma. Acho que eu vou pra arma porque eu não preciso focar mais na Theory, porque falta só um nível pra deixar ela no 8, tudo no 8. Então eu vou fazer o seguinte, eu vou focar na arma porque preciso gastar 500 mil, né? Battle Pass. Uma boa parada seria usar esses drops aqui pra farmar. Odin e Inazuma. Só como eu não sei o que spawnou hoje na Leyline de Gold lá. Às vezes spawna algum mob que eu não preciso. Então vou farmar aqui mesmo. God damn it.
This one's got your name on it. This one's got your name on it.
You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude.
Feeling lucky? Feeling lucky?
Fucking die. Preciso lembrar de ver quantos que tá faltando. Acho que tá faltando 3, I think.
Strike a pop.
How? Dude, ele já tinha acabado de atacar. What the fuck was that?
Umbrella warfare, I guess.
God damn it.
A proper send-off. Yoo-hoo! Feeling lucky?
Ok, falta mais um.
Shower me with prey. Final warning. This one's got your name on it. This one's got your name on it. Banquet must go on. Feeling lucky? What's your problem? Hiya! Ha!
Okay. Shit. Enemies, easy. No, it's not fungi. Spectre.
Yoo-hoo! Next up, stop right there.
Hum.
Strike a pose. Yoo-hoo! Stop right there. Ha-ha! Ah! Ha! Ah! Yeah. Final warning. Watch out. Yeah. Ah! Shower me with praise.
Are you alive? What the? Ou esse é o do outro lado? Ah, era o do outro lado. Porque eu achei bizarro, porque eu vi eu matando o bicho ali. Era o do outro lado. Oh, Jeebus.
Yeah. Stop right there. This one's got your name on it.
Oh my god. Don't do it.
Umbrella warfare, I guess.
Hmm.
Strike a pose. Next up. Umbrella warfare, I guess. Yoo-hoo! Let's go. Final warning. Umbrella warfare, I guess.
Eu quero o de lá de baixo. De lá de baixo é depois desse. Ah. Outra way. Tem um bicho aqui em cima. Que não fica marcado.
Lend me a hand. Drop your weapons.
Tem outro aqui.
Umbrella warfare, I guess.
And then we do this right here.
Strike a pose. Next up. Final warning. This one's got your name on it. Yoo-hoo! Drop your weapons. Hey there! Hiya! Feeling lucky?
Tem que ter feito um micro adjustment to the side. Agora a parte mais longa. Depois começa a história. Well, depois de eu utilizar os que eu farmei ali pra poder upar a arma.
Stop right there! Feeling lucky?
Eu não tô nem indo atacar o outro lado, os bichos vão lá atacar os Treasure
Feeling
Hunter, velho.
lucky? Shower me with next custom. Drop your weapons. Umbrella warfare, I guess. Umbrella warfare, I guess.
Esses aqui, é. Isso aqui tem que ser no
Let's go.
auto-ataque.
Final warning. Strike a pose.
Come on, dude.
Yoo-hoo! Stop right there! This one's got your name on it! Umbrella warfare, I guess! Shower me with praise! Let's go! This one's got your name on it! Final warning! Yoo-hoo! Hands where I can see them! one's got your name on it. This one's got your name on it. Hey there! Where'd that come from?
Ai, ai.
Shower me with lend me a hand. Drop your weapons. Feeling lucky? This one's got your name on it. Cha, umbrella warfare, I guess.
Okay, so Fontaine. What the fuck is this? Ah, mas esses bagulho também é saco, velho.
Yoo-hoo! Final warning! Watch out! Quick, let's pack it up. Stop right there! Feeling lucky? Feeling lucky?
Pegar esse teleporte aqui. Aproveitar. Bum, 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 bum.
Final warning. Coming at ya. Watch out. Cha. Ah. Let's go. Stop right there. Hey there. Ah. Feeling lucky? Ah.
Cadê o bagulho pra esse puzzle aqui? Oh, right here. Okay.
I'm loving this treasure hunt.
Bollocks. Ela tá ali. Pode ser que a outra tá ali embaixo também, mas eu não vou fazer isso aqui agora não, porque eu não tô precisando de primogênio. A hora que eu tiver precisando de primogênio, eu faço. I don't really care about it now. Estão guardando uma caixa. El baúl.
Yoo-hoo! Lend me a hand. Final warning. This one's got your name on it.
Dude, tirou 0 de HP deles, velho. What the fuck?
Cha.
Tá, isso beta.
Let's pack it up.
Where is it? Tá embaixo? Tá lá em cima. Eu não consigo ver se é pra cima não. Talvez pra baixo. Ah, ali embaixo. Já posso liberar, eu acho que eu vou dar prioridade a ela, porque eu acho que ela pode liberar o negócio que tá precisando também.
This one's got your name on it. Ah, feeling lucky? Coming at ya.
Sad face. Dude, this is not good. Vamos lá. Nice.
Next customer. Umbrella warfare, I guess. This one's got your name on it. Feeling lucky?
Mata ele, por favor. Thank you.
Whoa, what a stroke of good luck.
Where the fuck? Oh. Ah, não, eu achei que era aquilo dali, mas não, não. Aquilo dali. Ah, lá. Peguei. Esqueci de não olhar pro mapa. Esqueci completamente que eu tinha marcado o bagulho.
Shower me with praise. Yeah. Ha. Stop right there. Yoo-hoo! Feeling lucky?
Come on, man.
Watch out! Hiya! Lend me a hand. Drop your weapons. Strike a pop. Haha! Quick, let's pack it up.
Ok. E hoje dá pra pegar. Só que. Vou ver aqui. Vou fazer duas. Ya, 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 ya.
Umbrella warfare, I guess. Hiya!
Roxo, please. Roxo, 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 please. I'll take it.
Attack! That's the way. Watch out! Yoo-hoo! This one's got your name on it. Ha! Hiya! Umbrella warfare, I guess. Ha! Cha! Stop right there!
Roxo, please. Vamos ver quanto é que eu preciso aqui agora. Preciso de 18,4. Quatro mais 2, 6, 7. Ok, eu preciso de 11. Vai demorar alguns diazinhos ali pra poder terminar isso aqui. Ok, últimas duas coisas agora são fazer esse boss aqui, mais os outros dois boss. Semanal. E farmar Crystal Fly pra depois fazer as histórias.
Let me weave you a verse.
É.
Quietly now.
Jesus Christ.
Body and mind. Rain outlines your fate.
Wow, dude.
silver flame.
Busted. Here comes the catch. Rain cutter. Huh?
This isn't good. Huh? Go. Huh? Cross over. Inadmissible evidence. Incinerate.
Quietly now. Things are about to get... Witness the power of Gugwa. Rain outlines your fate. Huh?
Gee. Go. Time to go. Huh?
Dois Mondstadt. De lá eu já começo a limpar os Crystal Flies.
We're way behind schedule.
Esperar recuperar mais um pouco. Vamos. Go high. Sag.
Glasses are great at keeping the sand out of your eyes, so
Bagulho azul com background azul. É difícil de ver. Eu vou pegar o backup aqui, que é economia não, casa. Ok, Fontaine. There we go. Bora lá, Aline. Acho que eu vou fazer, depois da história do Lina, eu vou fazer a história da Cloud Retainer.
hey! Isn't that Charlotte? Huh, we're always running into her. What's she doing this time? Oh, looks like street interviews.
I see. So you believe that this warning letter was sent by the Phantom Weasel?
Absolutely. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The Phantom Weasel never acts as you expect. He must have faked his own death 10 years ago using a body double. Now that he's back, I'm sure the guards who worked on his case back in the day are in for a headache, but however this turns out in the end, the one thing it won't be is boring.
Couldn't agree more. As a journalist, I'm gonna get a lot of mileage out of this one. Thank you, sir, for your time. Now, whom should I interview next? Huh? Hey! What a coincidence! Fancy meeting you here. Perfect timing. So, the Phantom Weasel's latest warning letter. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, this is the first time we're hearing of this one. Could you clue us in?
Huh? Oh, sorry. Yes, this case is from a decade ago. I guess you wouldn't know about it. Well, not to worry. You're in good hands because I'm a professional. The story goes like this. 10 or so years ago, a phantom thief became active in the court of Fontaine. Known only as the Weasel, nobody knew his true identity, and the authorities never managed to catch him.
Wow, cool! He sounds like one of those mysterious night burglars that you read about in novels.
Precisely. Well, except the part where they actually have a good reputation. Our Weasel targeted whatever people held dear, and no one was safe from his predations. He would just as soon steal a necklace from a rich merchant's safe as he would a toy doll given to a commoner child for their birthday. I know. The phantom thieves you read about in novels rob the rich to pay the poor, but this guy did not discriminate. Unsurprisingly, this didn't work wonders for his public reputation. Every man and his dog wanted to see him behind bars.
Yeesh. So, did they catch him?
Not exactly. There's a good chance that the Weasel would still be at large to this day if it hadn't been for an accident 10 years ago. A magician named Caesar fell to his death in a botched high-altitude escape performance. When the police went through his personal effects, they found a hoard of stolen loot and gadgets used for criminal activities. And that was how the Phantom Weasel's identity was revealed to all. Sure enough, thefts in Fontaine went down after Caesar's death. But today, 10 years on, the notorious thief has once again issued one of his warning letters. and pasted it on the gate of the Opera Epiclese for all to see.
Pode ser
I
um
just squeezed through
copycat,
the crowd
né?
this morning to get a photo as soon as I heard. Here, it's this one.
I have no fucking idea what the hell that is, dude.
So, this is the warning letter, huh? Let's see what he wrote. 3 days from now, when evening falls, I shall take from you that which you hold most dear at the Opera House, just as you did to me 10 years ago.
This is, without a doubt, a clear declaration of criminal intent. After years of laying low, the Phantom Weasel is back with a vengeance. What once seemed like an open and shut case has been blown wide open again. But why has he reemerged now? And what does he want? I sense an epic scoop, and I'm going for it.
Uh-oh. If this thief will steal anything that other people value, does that mean even we might be targeted?
He might try to steal your favorite snack.
Oh, let him try. In fact, Hyman's gonna eat all our snacks right now. Let's see what he can do about that.
Okay, the people have spoken. It's clear that the public are very concerned about the Phantom Weasel's reappearance.
Olha o Line ali em cima, mano. Lá em cima, o
Let's
Line,
see,
ó.
I've got a photo of the letter, my interview notes. Yep, that should be enough to form the skeleton of my article. It does feel like something is missing, though. Something exclusive. Who should I interview next? I need someone with a more concrete connection to the Weasel. Is that who I think it is?
Lenny!
Yep.
Magic, magician, Caesar, the Phantom Weasel! That's it! Let's go interview Lenny!
Não, você entrevista ele. Eu vou ficar só comendo aqui.
Caesar was a magician too. And what do phantom thieves and magicians have in common? They both have an air of mystery about them. Perhaps there's a connection there.
Mano, falar nisso, ontem eu vi um baralho da hora, velho. Falar em mágica.
Oh, relax. My journalistic instinct tells me that an exclusive news story is beckoning. Let's go. No time for
Preciso
delay.
comprar um bicycle pra poder... praticar uns flourishes e umas false shuffles.
Wow, Mr. Magician! How did you know which card I picked?
Oh, it's simple. Come closer and I'll let you in on my secret. Magicians have a special skill called telepathy, which means we can read other people's minds.
Really? Then, what am I thinking now?
Well, first you need to relax, because I can see that you're clenching your fist in your mind, as if to say, no, I mustn't let him guess it.
Aww.
And now you're getting a little flustered. You're trying to find a way to empty your mind, to think of nothing at all. But the more you try to hide a secret, the easier it'll come out. You snuck out from home today, didn't you? You told your family a little lie so you could come out and play. Now, that's not a good habit.
You can tell? Oh boy, you really can read my mind.
Of course. Oh, and that's the end of my performance. You should really be heading home. Remember to apologize to your family, all right? They must be worried about you.
All right, got it. Bye, Mr. Magician. Hey, Lenny?
Why, hello. We meet again. Are you looking for me? What's the situation?
Well, why don't you guess, Mr. Telepathic?
Oh, please. You didn't believe that spiel, did you? The power of telepathy is quite beyond me.
I'm sure that child would beg to differ. Seemed like you were right on the money.
That was nothing more than a little trickery. I made an educated guess based on his micro-expressions.
Bullshit! Micro expression is bullshit.
That, Plus the fact that he was the only kid here without his parents, and he looked as guilty as sin. He made it easy for me. You guys, on the other hand, let me guess. Don't tell me you're here for the Phantom Weasel, are you?
Wow! Got it in one! Is this more of your trickery at work?
Wait, really? No trickery this time. It was pure luck. His warning letter's been the talk of the town, so I figured that maybe you were asking around about that.
Bingo! I plan on writing a column reporting on the latest news about the Phantom Weasel. So, Lenny, what are your thoughts on this infamous thief's reappearance?
To be honest, it makes me angry.
Angry? Why?
You read his letter, right? The Phantom Weasel claims he's planning something in 3 nights' time at the Opera House. That's the night I'll be performing there.
Ooh, nice.
Huh. What are the chances? Wait a minute, you don't think he's after you, do you?
I don't know.
Well,
Maybe.
if he
Maybe
is,
after
then
Lynette?
his warning is clearly a direct challenge to me personally. And if he's not, then it's still going to be a huge headache for me. The mere mention of the Weasel's name is enough to scare people off. So once the contents of that letter get out, barely anyone will be showing up to watch my show. But I've been preparing for this for a long time. I'm not about to let him ruin my big day. This leaves me with only one choice. I have to expose the Phantom Weasel's identity before the show begins.
Really? So what you're saying is, we might get to see a live duel between a famous magician and an infamous thief? Wow, this has exclusive written all over it!
To be honest, I'm not sure if I'll emerge the victor. The Phantom Weasel is a notorious crook, infamous for his inscrutable methods.
You're being far too modest, Lenny. I think your magic tricks are even more inscrutable than those of a thief.
Thanks for the compliment, though I have to say, I don't care much for the comparison. A lot of people liken magicians to thieves because we both have the ability to make things disappear without the person noticing. But there's an important difference that these people overlook. Allow me to demonstrate with a quick magic trick. Here, I have a flower, just an ordinary flower that was picked not long ago. Watch it carefully now. 3, 2, 1.
And then it
It's
vanishes.
gone!
That's the question. Where did it go? Therein lies the difference between us. Thieves make precious things disappear, but only magicians make them reappear. If I could now invite you all to check your clothes, there might be a surprise in there somewhere.
A surprise? Let me see! It's right there! But how? You haven't moved this whole time!
What an outstanding trick!
O milagre da
Lenny,
edição.
it seems that my previous praise was woefully inadequate. Clearly, magic is the superior art form to theft.
Of course it
Don't
is.
worry, I didn't take offense. I just wanted to take the opportunity to perhaps change some of the preconceived notions you might have about magicians. Since Caesar's
Magic
death,
is cool,
a lot
dude.
of people associate magicians with
Sleight of
criminality.
hand, magic in
can be
general
quite
is
frustrating.
really fucking cool.
I can imagine.
É um
Coming
bagulho
back to your trick just
fascinante,
now,
cara,
might I
mágica.
presume that you are well versed in floral symbolism? For example, magicians often use rainbow roses in their flower-related performances to represent passion and romantic encounters. But you used a Lumidu spell, which, if I'm not mistaken, allude to separations. I'm curious to know if there was any deeper meaning behind this choice?
Impressive knowledge. It's no wonder you're such a successful journalist. But I'm afraid I don't know the first thing about floral symbolism. I'm just in the habit of using Lumidu spells in my magic. It sounds like something I should look into, though. I'll buy myself a copy of Fontaine's Floral Language Facts when I have some time. But it'll have to wait until this Phantom Weasel business is behind us.
Well noted. In that case, this brings us to the end of our interview. I, for one, am looking forward to the final showdown between you and the thief. Please feel free to get in touch to update me on any further developments. Otherwise, I will of course see you at your show in 3 days' time, but let's hope the Phantom Weasel is caught by then. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. You've given me lots to work with here, and I've got no time to lose if I want to write that exclusive piece. I'll see you all later.
A Charlotte é provavelmente meu personagem favorito de Fontaine, cara.
I gotta tell us how you did that flower trick now.
Em questão de character, né? Personalidade.
I'm afraid that's my little secret.
Aww. Well, magicians are entitled to their secrets. But Paimon's really itching.
Não é que magicians never reveal their secrets. A questão não é que os mágicos nunca revelam seus segredos. A questão é que, geralmente, quando algum mágico tá utilizando algum tipo de show de mágica comercialmente, é uma parada, assim, mal vista entre outros mágicos revelar o segredo, tá ligado? Se ele estiver utilizando comercialmente aquela mágica. Se for mágicas, assim, que já se passaram décadas, que não estão sendo utilizadas comercialmente mais, esses mágicos geralmente revelam o segredo, né? Você pode ver aí tem vários vídeos aí no YouTube e tal.
You feel it too, right?
É por isso que a galera da mágica, tipo, odiava o Mister M, porque ele revelava os segredos de mágicas comerciais. Aí a galera ficava puta, tá ligado?
Not so itchy then, huh? Well, since you're so concerned, how would you like to serve as my temporary magician's assistants and help me investigate?
Let's go, dude.
Assistants? Oh, that sounds fun! Assistants are technically magicians too!
I mean,
Also,
sure.
it'll bring us one step closer to figuring out how that darn trick is done! Shall we go for it?
The first thing we need to look into is who Caesar really was. If he truly was the Phantom Weasel, that means that the Weasel is dead, and whoever wrote this warning letter is just a copycat criminal.
Isso que eu achei. Pode ser que tenha acontecido alguma coisa com ele que impediu que ele continuasse agindo, né, como o Phantom Weasel. Ou pode ser que realmente o Phantom Weasel morreu, né? E pode ser que alguém que conhecia o Phantom Weasel ou trabalhava com o Phantom Weasel, mas não era o Phantom Weasel, depois de 10 anos resolveu voltar, tá ligado? Ativa. E pegar a identidade como Phantom Weasel. Ou então é um copycat mesmo, né? Pode ser também que seja o Phantom Weasel. Vamos supor que seja o Phantom Weasel mesmo. 10 anos atrás ele perdeu alguma coisa, ou alguém, naquele acidente e tal. Alguém pode ter... Talvez até aquele cara que morreu seja alguém que não seja o Phantom Weasel, mas seja alguém importante pra ele, sei lá. Pode ser que ele seja o Phantom Weasel e alguém importante pra ele assumiu a identidade como Phantom Weasel agora. Ou é o copycat mesmo. Interessante de qualquer modo.
But if he wasn't the Weasel? Well, that'll make things more interesting. It would mean that the Weasel lives and he's been
Yep.
laying low all this time in some corner of Fontaine.
Às vezes o cara, tipo, o cara que eles pegaram e assumiram que era o Phantom Weasel, aquilo lá deu a oportunidade pra ele, né? Ele não era o Phantom Weasel e deu oportunidade pro Phantom Weasel verdadeiro meio que lay low, né? Contanto que ele não cometesse as atividades criminais que ele cometia, né?
And if we're investigating Caesar, his fiancée Gemma is a good place to start. Word is that she visits the
Interesting.
cemetery often, so I asked Lynette to wait for her there. We should make a move. Let's go and rendezvous with Lynette.
Very interesting. Pô, só...
You took your time.
Sorry, I bumped into the Traveler and Charlotte en route, and we ended up chatting for a while.
It's been a while, Annette. We're working as Lenny's temporary assistants in the investigation of the Phantom Weasel.
Thank you. It's good to have you helping.
So, what's the situation? Have you seen Gemma?
Nope. I've been here a while.
Gemma is a
Still hasn't
really
shown
cool
up.
name.
How bizarre.
Acho da hora.
Maybe it was bad intel. Well, we won't get anywhere by standing
Geralmente é
around
com
waiting.
G, né? A
Traveler,
Gemma é com
Paimon,
J.
let's go ask around.
Interessante. Let's go ask around. Baltazar. Escrito diferente também. Geralmente é escrito de outra forma. Com TH e Z no lugar de S, né? Balthazar.
Excuse me, good sir. Do you by any chance know a Gemma?
Gemma? You mean Caesar's fiance? Sure I do. What's this about?
I'm just trying to get a hold of her because I need her help with something. I heard she comes here a lot.
Yeah, she does. Poor thing. It's no secret why either. She's heartsick. Ever since Caesar passed away, she's been coming here once every week to clean his grave. Often she just sits there in front of his headstone, lost in thought. Sometimes she talks to herself. I asked her what
So
she was
sad,
doing
man.
once. She said she wanted to speak to him again. She knows he's gone and can't hear her from the grave, but she just likes to spend time there, telling her fiancé all about how her life is going.
And she's been doing this ever since Caesar passed away? Oh, so 10 years. Wow. Their love must have been really strong.
I'll bet. Caesar's reputation fell apart after his identity was revealed, so no one else visits his grave. Gemma's the only one who still thinks about him after all these years. I don't know if the mind lives on in the waters after death, but if it does, I'm sure Caesar must be grateful to have someone who remembers him fondly. If I'm honest, I think this is all so unfair to poor Gemma. Her fiancé was a low-life crook. He doesn't deserve someone like her. Anyway, all of that said, she's running later than usual today. Normally, she'd be sitting in front of his grave by now. I wonder if she's okay.
Não, that would be interesting,
Well,
right?
that's everything I know, I'm
Se
afraid.
ele não
Might have
for o
more luck
Phantom
asking some other
Weasel,
people.
seria interessante.
All right, well, thanks for sharing all of this with us. We'll keep asking around.
You're welcome. I just hope she'll be able to move on one day.
Did you hear the news? They're saying the Phantom Weasel's back.
You're kidding. Wait, isn't he dead?
I don't know anymore. All sorts of news flying around nowadays. I can never tell what's true and what isn't. But what if, just hypothetically, I mean, what if this weasel's the real deal and Caesar was framed?
That's what I'm talking about. That would be very interesting. Seria interessante se realmente o Caesar fosse inocente e alguém que não tenha nada a ver com ele fosse o Phantom Weasel. Agora, seria igualmente interessante se o Caesar fosse o Phantom Weasel e a Gemma que tá orquestrando essa parada aí por baixo dos panos, tá ligado? Pra meio que inocentar o Caesar.
Called it. Seriously, 10 years ago, on the day it all went down, I said to myself, you know what? This guy's been set up. The Caesar I knew was a good guy. He gave balloons to children on the street, for Pete's sake. What, are we supposed to believe that he was a balloon thief or something? Give me a break.
Oh, please. Weren't you the one cursing his name to high heaven when the police
Well-
announced the news? You were all, oh, that gosh darn lousy son of a, oh, you think you know a guy, or words to that effect.
Wait, did I say that? I don't seem to recall.
Hello there. Sorry for disturbing you, but I couldn't help but notice you were discussing the Phantom Weasel. We're actually quite interested in this topic as well, but we're struggling to get to the bottom of it. Do you think you could spare a moment to tell us a little bit about Caesar?
You've come to the right people. Yep, I was there. Back when Caesar used to perform magic tricks on the street. He was a great magician. The best trick I ever saw him do was pop a transparent balloon, only for a whole bunch of doves to fly out from the inside. I was right up close and didn't blink or look away once. But for the life of me, I still don't have the faintest clue how he pulled it off.
That's some now
Pretty
you see
incredible
me
stuff.
shit right there.
I saw him perform too. He always used to bring some gifts along for the kids who came to watch his show, and he'd hand
That's
them out
cute.
after he was done. Sometimes he even got the kids to write their wishes down, and then he'd make the items on the wish list appear in his next show.
Huh. He doesn't sound like such a bad guy.
But after he died, there were also rumors that he used the wish list to find out what was precious to people, with the intent to steal it later. As I'm sure you know, the Phantom Weasel would steal just about anything from anyone.
Whatever the case, now that the weasel is back, Caesar's become a hot topic once more. I bet Gemma must be pleased. If Caesar's name gets cleared, maybe it'll finally give her some solace after all this time. Oh, speak of the devil. That's her over there. If you've got any more questions about Caesar, she's definitely the one to ask.
So that's Gemma. Is it just Paimon, or does it look like something's wrong? Wait, it looks like she's injured. Come on, let's see if she's okay. Hi there. You're Gemma, right?
Who's asking?
Don't be afraid, we mean no harm. It looks like you're injured. How bad is it?
Thanks for your concern, but you didn't answer my question. Who are you, and what do you want with me?
My name is Linny, and this is my sister Lynette.
My name's Paimon, and this here's the Traveler. We're investigating the Phantom Weasel.
The Weasel posted a warning letter this morning. If he still lives, that means that Caesar was falsely accused. You knew Caesar better than anyone else. So if you're willing, we'd love to hear what you think about all this. I promise you can trust us. We won't hurt you. In fact, we'll do all we can to keep you safe.
I never believed that he was the Weasel.
Huh. I suspected as much. Okay, so going back 10 years, do you remember anything strange in the weeks leading up to the accident? Did Caesar have a falling out with anyone, for instance?
No, not that I know of.
Got it. All right, sorry for disturbing you.
If you don't have any more questions, please leave. I want to be alone with him.
Judging by the look on her face, there's definitely something fishy about her.
She's lying. She definitely knows something.
That's fair.
Mhm.
We're just a bunch of strangers who showed up and started
Yep.
questioning her about things that happened a whole decade ago. It makes sense that she'd be wary around us. In any case, I doubt we'll get any further here, so let's call it a day. Meet me outside Hotel de Boer tomorrow, and then we'll start the next step of our plan.
Eight to 12. Nice. Antes da meia-noite, é bom que eu não preciso esperar tanto. Pode falar o quanto vocês quiserem, maluco. Eu não tô com pressa, não.
Over here.
Tô de boa, tô de boa.
Lynette's not
Pressa
joining us today?
nenhuma.
I've had her follow Gemma and see if we can make any inroads with her. They should be at a cafe right now. Still, I don't think that Gemma's likely to open up to us. So, we need a contingency plan.
Caralho, mano, 70 conto de frete, velho.
Today
Espero
we'll
que
be
eu não
looking into a
seja
guy named Lorenzo, Caesar's
taxado.
former pupil and assistant. When Caesar passed away, all the stolen goods discovered in his home were confiscated and returned to their rightful owners. But Lorenzo was the only one privy to all his magic secrets, and he inherited his craft. Before long, Lorenzo was the next big magician in town, his fame surpassing even that of his master, and it made him very wealthy. He's since left the magic scene, though, and these days, he's a wealthy businessman with his fingers in a lot of different pies. I had to pull a lot of strings, but I managed to get him to agree to a couple of drinks with me. Be warned, though, I hear he's got a hair-triggered temper. We'd best be careful.
I don't give a shit. Faz sentido ele ter falado pra gente esperar aqui, é o local mais próximo, né, do restaurante.
You neglected to mention that you were bringing 2 other people with you.
My apologies. These 2 are my assistants. When they heard that I was meeting with the former magic maestro himself, they begged and pleaded with me to bring them along. And if it's no trouble, a couple of autographs would really make their day.
Oh, forget the pleasantries, just sit.
Aí já começou puta já.
Get a load of this guy. Forget the
Shut up,
pleasantries, he
Paimon.
says.
Let them
He looks pretty happy
have
about
their
Winnie stroking his
conversation,
ego.
man.
I only agreed to meet since we're both magicians. Do me a favor and cut to the chase. I have more important things to do than drinking.
Much obliged,
Damn,
sir.
dude.
As it happens, the matter I want to address is also related to magic. Yesterday morning, a warning letter from the Phantom Weasel appeared on the entrance to the Opera House. He claims to be planning something for the same evening that I'm scheduled to do a magic show there. As such, I believe that I may well be his target. I have to get to the bottom of this to ensure that my show can go ahead as planned. Naturally, any investigation into the Weasel starts with a few questions about Caesar, who...
What is there to investigate? Caesar was the Weasel, and he's been dead for 10 years. So what if some sick creep thought it'd be funny to write a warning letter? It changes nothing. Are you trying to tell me you actually bought it?
Please, sir, no need
Why
to
are
get
you
so
so
worked up.
defensive,
I do
dude?
concede that a copycat is but one possibility.
Possibility? It's a fact, Linny. Look, my patience is limited, so listen carefully while I'm still willing to put up with you. The Weasel is dead. Period. Everyone knows that, so do yourself a favor and quit this investigation. It'll lead you nowhere. Look, if this affects your magic show in any way, I will personally compensate you for any losses.
Oh, sir, I'm honored, really. But this isn't about finances for me. My pride as a magician is what's at stake here, Lorenzo. Copycat or not, this person has thrown me the gauntlet, and I must meet their challenge head on.
Your pride? Don't mince words with me, boy. Just tell me, what exactly are you seeking to do?
I want to find out the Phantom Weasel's true identity. I have to know for myself what really happened 10 years ago.
What would that accomplish? And what do the events of 10 years ago have to do with you, anyway? Look, you of all people should know that a magician never reveals their secrets. And in
That's
any
wrong.
case, dead men don't talk. So if you really care about your magician's pride, then you'll forget about Caesar and move on.
Uh-oh.
It's kind of bullshit.
This is getting awkward.
Lorenzo? Is that? Oh, it is you! I know that big, booming voice anywhere. What's up, my man? Want to grab a drink with me?
Another day, I'm busy.
Oh, come on. You can't be all business all the time. You know what they say? Live fast, die young. You gotta learn how to kick back and relax once in a while.
If I wanted your life advice, I'd ask for it. Now get out of my face and go be drunk somewhere else.
Sorry, my good sir. I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Oh, hey! Edmondo. He and I are business pals. We worked together a bunch of times. This is your first time meeting him? Oh, he's always like this. Foul-mouthed and hard-nosed. Never heard a kind word out of this guy the whole time I've known him. And he wonders why he can't get a girlfriend, despite being What? Pushing 40, 30, something?
Oof.
Point is, a lot older than when he first got rejected by the girl he was into.
Was that Gemma?
Still into, from what I hear.
Não me fala que é a Gemma,
Shut up
mano.
and get out of my face. Another word out of you and you can forget about doing business with me ever again. Do I make myself clear?
Sorry, I may have had a little too much to drink. All right. I'm
Ai, carai. Apertei o botão sem querer.
I think it's high time I made a move as well. If you really want to investigate this, Lenny, be my guest. But if nothing good comes of it, don't say I didn't warn you.
Well, that fell to pieces in a rather spectacular fashion. Any thoughts?
Totally. And what was all that about compensating you for your losses? Why would someone you just met make an offer like that? He's gotta be hiding something. And not like Gemma. She was a little suspicious, but this guy's definitely covering something up.
I think so too. We need to look into Lorenzo more closely. That guy Edmondo seems to know a thing or two about him. He only just left. Let's see if we can catch up with him.
Pergunta se a mina que o cara gosta é chamada Gemma.
You okay there?
Who are you? Oh, it's you guys. Don't worry about me. I must have had one too many. I just need to ride it out. I said way too much back there, didn't I? Yeah, I nearly talked myself into complete financial ruin. Note to self, no more drunken chats when Lorenzo's around.
So, he was serious about threatening to cut you off? Ugh, Paimon knew he was a bad egg.
Hey, keep your voice down. Don't go prying into Lorenzo's personal affairs. Bad things happen to people who ask too many questions or make an enemy out of him.
What kind of bad things?
Don't even ask. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to cut this conversation short. I'm not crossing that line again. And take it from me, trouble with Lorenzo is one thing you don't need in your life. You saw him flare up back there. I don't know what you said to him, but clearly it touched a nerve. That's not a good sign. You're too young for this. Don't get in over your head. I'm leaving.
Nice voice acting, dude.
And there he goes. What do we do now, Lenny?
Shh! I think we're being watched. Someone was listening in to our whole conversation. Don't say anything and don't look back. Any altercation in the city will attract the guards. We better take this elsewhere. You followed us a long way. Why don't you come out and introduce yourselves?
So you're Lenny. And where's your sister? Ain't she with you today? Save us the trouble and go fetch her for us. Let's not drag this out.
Paimon doesn't like the tone of your voice, mister! Who sent you, huh?
Save your questions, missy. You ain't gonna need answers where you're going. Capiche?
Looks like we can't avoid this fight.
O que quatro pessoas vai fazer contra dois cara que pode usar poder elemental, velho?
Don't worry, we got this!
You son of a bitch.
Strike a pose! This one's got your name on it!
Curses. Tougher than we thought.
Vision wielders are always trouble. Intimidation ain't gonna work like it did on the lady.
Come on, let's scram!
Hey, wise guys! We ain't through with you yet!
Intimidation ain't gonna work like it did on the ladies. Eles intimidaram a Gemma?
Oh, they got away! Did you catch what they said just before they left? Something about intimidating someone else. Sounds like they just wanted to rough us up as a scare tactic. And they've already done it to someone else, but who? You're right. She was injured when we saw her yesterday, and she acted like she had something to hide. Maybe she was too scared to tell us the truth because those guys had threatened her.
Well, if that's the case, she should be more willing to open up to us once she learns that those thugs won't be bothering her anymore. Let's head back to the cafe and see if we can get any information from her.
Go back to the cafe. She works at a cafe? What? A Lynette tá ali, velho.
Gemma?
You again. What is it this time?
We just ran into the men who've been threatening you, and we gave them a taste of their own medicine. So, you can relax now. We're here to protect you.
What? Why? I didn't tell you anything. Why would they come after you?
Sounds like they're no strangers to you.
That's putting it mildly. I know them all too well, and I hate them with every fiber of my being. It's been 10 long years, and still every time I try to look into Caesar's death, they show up and warn me not to do anything stupid.
Então faz sentido. O cara, aquele outro mágico tá atrás, tá, tá por trás disso, velho. Você começa, você conversa com o cara e do nada os malucos
How do I know I
aparecem.
can trust you? Do you really think you can get to the bottom of it all? And why are you doing this?
I'm afraid I can't reveal all the details just yet, but I can promise you this. I will expose the Phantom Weasel's true identity, because you see, this is a personal matter of the utmost importance. I give you my word. Trust me.
Okay. How can I help you?
I've heard that Caesar used to have a magic workshop where he kept a lot of his personal effects. If possible, I'd like to take a look at them. Do you know where it is?
The Fleuve Sonde. But the place was sealed up by the police after his death, and no one's been there since. I also know that the Fleuve Sonde is dangerous territory. Lots of hostile groups lurking around. If you're serious about going there, please be careful.
Understood. Lynette, you stay here and take care of Gemma. Don't let her come to harm.
Got it. But if I'm staying here, I'm ordering dessert.
I mean, bon appetit. But stay sharp, too. They're likely to come for you while I'm away.
Okay. All right. Power saving mode off. I'll start taking this more seriously now.
I mean, she's fine. She's gonna be fine. I follow this. I don't know where. Okay. Podia ter usado o teleporte, mas whatever. Bom que passa tempo. Ah, eu podia ter usado teleporte ali de baixo mesmo. But whatever. Whatever.
If Gemma gave us the right location, then the workshop should be right nearby. Huh. Looks like these boxes are blocking the entrance. Let's shift them away first.
Yep, Lenny
There we
moved the
go.
box
It should
aside.
be just down here.
Interesting. Ok, então preciso de fire characters. Yeah, I think this is gonna work. Eu tenho water, 2 personagens de fogo, contando com Lenny. That's fine. Escudo elemental de fogo também. Por conta do dia. Pretty fine. T3, né? 888, ok. Essa trilha sonora me lembra muito Sly Cooper.
So this was Caesar's workshop. Nothing suspicious here, just normal magic props. Let's head in further.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff here.
What was that? Oh, is this one of Caesar's gadgets? Guess we must have triggered some sort of device.
Okay. Cadê minhas chests? I don't care about anything other than the chests.
Disappear.
Shower me with praise. This one's got your name on it. Whoa. Look. The doll in the box is glowing.
What the fuck?
There's something written on the
God damn
card
it.
on this doll. Let's take a closer look.
No chests, no chests, no chests. I'd like a little dove. I want robot with cool powers. Interesting.
Looks like we've reached the end of this route. Shall we try a different one?
Well, just shut up, Lyman.
These magic boxes are moving. What do we do?
One of them looks different from the rest. Let's investigate.
On. Okay, no chests. No chests. That is so sad.
That's weird. Have we reached the end already? There's nothing here. Maybe this was a wasted trip.
This place seems a little too ordinary for a magician's workshop. There's a distinct lack of mystery. We've triggered quite a few devices on the way here. I'm starting to wonder whether Caesar built this whole place as one big, elaborate magic contraption. If so, then there must be more to this place than meets the eye. Maybe a hidden room somewhere. Aha! If I just move this book, then hopefully... And... presto!
A secret passageway! How did you know?
I mean, it's kinda obvious.
I'm a magician too, and apparently great minds
Ooh,
really do
chest.
think alike.
I like chests.
Looks pretty big inside.
I love
Let's
chests.
head in and take a look around.
Duas primogems, véi. Are you kidding me? Come on, dude. That is so sad. So sad. Ooh, I spy a chest.
Drop your weapons!
Feeling lucky?
That one is 5 primogems. Tem que olhar atrás disso aqui também, porque vai que... Se bem que eu deixei uns pra trás também, né, velho? Pode ser que tinha alguma chest escondida. Whatever, man.
Now disappear!
What the fuck?
Stop right there!
This one's got your name on it. Hiya! Cha! Why have you stopped, Lenny? Is there some device in that box?
Huh. It just looks familiar somehow. Let me check this out for a second while you guys go on ahead. If anyone makes a major discovery, let's rendezvous here.
Alright, see?
Here in a bit. Rendezvous is such a cool word. A palavra rendezvous é bem da hora, mano. Chest, please. Me dê baús. I like some baús. E talvez tenha... Não sei se dá pra abrir aquela porta ali não, porque ela tá completamente cinza, ela tá com... Aquele cinza é igual esse aqui se mexe de alguma maneira, velho. Ah, shit. Porra, não me deram nenhuma chest, velho. Aw, dude. É. Tem alguma coisa com aquele objeto ali mesmo, cara. O objeto tá cinza claro,
Wow!
meio
There's a hidden
esbranquiado.
room here!
I
Let's
mean,
see.
pai, mano, não é uma hidden room, tem
This book is full of
literalmente uma
scissors and
porta ali,
notes.
velho. Isso é
He
uma.
wrote a lot about the principles of magic. Whew. Much too advanced for Paimon. Hey, look!
Não
Is
tem
that Caesar's
nada.
diary on the table? This book's thick as a brick! Let's take a peek inside it, shall we?
Paulo Lorenzo's wishes.
At one of my shows a few days ago, a child asked me how I pulled candy out of my hat. As a joke, I told the kid that the hat has a built-in wish-granting machine. Next thing I know, today a whole bunch of kids were pestering me to pull all sorts of things out of the hat. So I told them another white lie. The machine needs time to power up, but in the meantime, you can write your wishes down. Well, they took me up on that offer, enthusiastically. As I write this, I've only just got back from running around all over town, buying the things they wanted. Boy, are my legs sore. I wound up saving very little this month, but that's not a major issue. I now have a bigger problem. How am I going to hide all these things inside my hat? Two children came to talk to me after today's show. I don't know why they were out on their own. They looked much too young to be unsupervised. I do hope they got home safely.
Two children.
Anyway, they said that they wanted me to teach them how to do magic. It's not
Two
uncommon
children.
for children to ask this, of course, but
Duas,
I've never
duas
seen anyone as
crianças.
serious about it
Será
as
que é o
these
Lini e
two.
a Linette?
I told them that learning magic is very hard work, but that didn't faze them at all. It's like they already knew. They seemed so committed. I couldn't turn them down.
Children studying magic. Será que é o Lini e a Linette?
It seems like something's bothering Lorenzo lately, but he won't open up to me about it. Surely he's not upset that I agreed to teach those two children. I'll have to talk him around. I have a good feeling about those kids. They're naturally talented, and it seems like they're not new to the world of magic. They have all sorts of fantastic ideas. All I'm really doing is helping them develop a more professional standard training plan. They wanted to call me Master, but I told them they absolutely mustn't. Any magician worth their salt could have taught them what I have. They're the geniuses here. Compared to them, I don't deserve to be called any sort of master. With time, I have no doubt that they could become far greater magicians than I. My only concern is why they're so mature for their age. I fear they've had to grow up too fast. I don't dare to imagine what they must have been through. Gemma thinks so too. She doesn't like being around them. Says that their eyes are too piercing. They don't bother me, but then again, I've never been the sharpest tool in the shed. It's nearly time for me to go on tour. I asked the two kids if they'd like to come with me, but they shook their heads. I once overheard them talking about their father.
It is them! É o Lini e a Linette, mano.
For them. I guess we'll be parting ways soon. It's only been 10 days since I first met them, but I think that I've gotten a feel for their personalities now. They're very tough, but also very cautious, and they trust no one but each other. This, I fear, is not a good habit to have. They hide things from me too. For example, when I asked them where they live and why they wanted to learn magic, they lied. That's the thing about children. Whenever they're trying to cover something up, it always shows somehow. I can sense that their lives have been hard. Possibly even dangerous, too. They're not like other children. It's a shame that I can't do more to help them. After thinking things over, I decided to tell them a bit about how I see the world. It's full of lies and falsehoods, and that is why we must find our own truth. P.S. I hope they won't find my nagging annoying. Children are so opinionated nowadays. Will it do them more harm than good for someone they've only known 10 days to lecture them like that? P.P.S. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Children aren't interested in grand philosophies. It probably just went in one ear and out the other. I bet they've already forgotten every word I said.
Provavelmente não.
Oh, Caesar, Caesar. Just mind your own business next time.
It's very interesting.
Two magic geniuses with a father and a mission, huh? Sounds a lot like he was writing about Linny and Lynette, don't you think?
Yep.
So did they meet Caesar when they were kids? Let's go ask Linny.
Yep. I mean, pode ser father as em pai mesmo, tá ligado? Pode ser que o pai do cara tava lá, mas é muito estranho, muito estranho. O father tá em quotations.
Shh, hold that thought. As I expected, there's a lot of fishy things going on in this place.
Fishy? Uh-oh, what have you found?
All in good time. Before we go over our new leads, I want to tell you how a high-altitude escape is performed. First, the magician slots themselves into a magic box in full view of the audience. The box is then suspended high in the air, and a short while later, the base automatically opens. At this point, a dummy will fall out of the box, but it looks real enough to grab the audience's attention, and they start wailing and screaming. Meanwhile, the real magician, who has by now blended into the crowd, waits for a good moment to make their appearance and put on a hysterical performance. Oh no! Is that me? Did I just fall to my death?
Very vivid description. Paimon can really picture it. And then what?
The audience's gaze then turns to the magician, and by the time they realize what's happened, the dummy has vanished, as if everything that just happened was some sort of shared illusion. Of course, that's just how I think the process should work, theoretically speaking. The inventor of this trick never performed it successfully. When the box opened, Caesar was the one who fell out, and not the dummy. He fell right to the ground from the highest point of the opera house.
Wait.
No
Ele
one could hope to
morreu
survive that fall,
performando
not without a vision at least.
Ué, ele morreu performando a mágica? E ele falou do Lorenzo, tá ligado? Very interesting. Ele comentou do Lorenzo como se os dois fossem parceiros de mágica. Very interesting. E o maluco morreu performando a mágica dele. Quem será que teria expertise pra poder matar o cara ou deixar o cara, sei lá, inconsciente, né? Deixar ele desmaiado e abrir o bagulho pra ele cair pra morte dele ou whatever.
And no one else has ever attempted this trick since. My understanding of how it works is just based on what it could gather from his notes and the relevant gadgets here in his workshop.
So Caesar's famous high-altitude escape has never been done, huh? Paimon was about to say how cool it would have been to see it in person, but if it's that dangerous, it's probably for the best that no one else tries to do it.
Seria interessante se eles fizessem isso no show
Wait a
deles.
second. So if a dummy's supposed to drop out of the box, then where does the real magician go? How does he get out?
Glad you asked. That brings us to the secret of said box. This box right here is the one that Caesar constructed himself to use in the performance, and it's not as simple as it looks. Inside, there's a device that only the magician himself would know about. Once the magician's inside, and the box is lifted up into the air, the audience's view of the box is fixed at a certain angle. From where they're standing, they have a clear view of the front, sides, and bottom, but the back and the top are now no longer visible. At this point, the magician presses a button inside the box, opening a secret door out of view. He then escapes through this trapdoor onto the opera house roof, waits for the dummy to fall and distract the audience, and quietly returns to ground level.
That's way simpler than Paimon imagined. Even Paimon could probably do it.
Well, there's a little more to it than that, of course. The hardest part of this trick is controlling the audience's mood and reactions. That takes an exceptional degree of showmanship. There's the falling dummy, the miraculous reappearance, the pompous performing. Maybe the magician would even have themselves tied up before it begins to strengthen the impression that there's no escape. Many days and nights of careful research and painstaking practice would have gone into this, all culminating in a performance just a few minutes long, but one that still manages to transform the shock and grief of a tragic accident to the joy and laughter of a mesmerizing magic trick. Caesar was a highly accomplished magician. But unfortunately, even he didn't manage to pull it off.
So, how did it go so wrong? You said you found some fishy stuff here. Have you figured out what really happened?
I can make a pretty good guess. I looked into the case files. The magic box Caesar was using at the time of his death had the secret button I mentioned positioned on the right-hand side. And sure enough, he always used his right hand as his dominant hand in public.
Okay. Nothing suspicious there.
But here's the strange thing. Most of the devices in this workshop have the mechanism on the left-hand side, including this box right here, which leads me to believe that Caesar was in fact left-handed. Because a magician can't afford to have their most basic habits stand out too much. People naturally focus their attention on the most important details of the task or situation at hand. But a magician needs to be able to redirect an audience's attention at will, so as to avoid arousing their suspicion. The essence of magic is getting people to believe a lie. If even the truth raises eyebrows, the falsehoods become all the more difficult to mask. And so, Caesar trained himself to use his right hand to align with his audience's expectations. Great magic always requires sacrifices. But in his most stressful and nerve-wracking moments, and when no one was watching, reflex would kick in and he'd use his left hand. That's why he set his gadgets with the mechanism on his left. Exactly. I think that's likely what happened.
Okay, interesting.
Caesar would have been under a lot of time pressure during the escape. He'd have had mere seconds to open the hidden compartment, retrieve the dummy, then open the secret door and make a swift escape. But I'm sure he was confident. He would have rehearsed countless times to the point where it was second nature. He'd barely need to think about what he was doing because muscle memory would guide him through. So he opened the compartment, took out the dummy, checked everything was in order, and then went to leave. With his left hand, he reached for the button, and suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. It wasn't there. Much like when you reach for your keys but find your pocket empty, his mind needed a moment to process what was going on. Instinctively, his left hand would keep feeling around for the missing button, maybe for another second or two, until the bottom of the box gave way. With the stakes being as high as they were, just a 2-second delay cost him everything. The authorities would find nothing suspicious and conclude that his death was due to his own error.
When in reality, someone switched the boxes, and they did it to murder him.
É o Lorenzo, né, mano? Porque ele tava falando do Lorenzo ali, eu imagino que o Lorenzo seria, tipo, ele seria parceiro dele. Isso também alinharia com o Lorenzo gostar da Gemma e alinharia com ele meio que ameaçar ela. Assim, não, a Gemma não sabe que é ele que tá ameaçando ela, mas ele provavelmente matou o Caesar não por conta do negócio, não por conta do... Paz, isso aí me trouxe uma outra coisa aqui. Será que o... Isso... possivelmente é tudo ligado. Certamente, então, o Lorenzo seria o Weasel Chief, ou Phantom Weasel, no caso. Ele começou a gostar da Gemma. O Caesar era noivo da Gemma. O Caesar começou a ensinar o Lynn e a Lynette. E o cara aproveitou e utilizou um dos tricks mais... ou no caso, o Lorenzo aproveitou de um dos tricks mais perigosos dele para poder matar ele e colocar a suspeita dele ser o Weasel Chief, dele ser o Phantom Weasel, no caso, pra cima do Caesar. Ou não. O que me deixa meio estranho seria... Porque faz sentido... Isso tudo faz sentido se o cara for o Phantom Weasel. Faz sentido a justificativa dele matar o cara, porque ele gosta da, da noiva dele. E ele vai usar, tipo, E aí ele vai, tipo, jogar a suspeita de que o Caesar é o Phantom Weasel, não o Lorenzo, pra cima do Caesar. Porque o Caesar não vai ter como se defender porque ele vai estar morto. Daí ele vai abandonar o Phantom Weasel. O problema todo é... Quem que é o Phantom Weasel que mandou aquela nota no começo ali do negócio, tá ligado? E por que eles mandaram a nota no começo do bagulho? Isso que tá me... Isso que tá me deixando intrigado aqui, me deixando confuso. Porque ele não teria... A não ser que ele quer ferrar com o Lynn e com a Lynette agora também. Mas aí por que ele queria ferrar com eles, cara? Não faz muito sentido. Todo mundo sabe, praticamente, até agora, no caso... Se bem que a história do Lynn e da Lynette... Quando saiu a história do Lynn e da Lynette, eu imagino que essa história seja depois da história da Arkham Quest. Então todo mundo, basicamente, em Fontaine sabe que o Lynn e a Lynette e o como é que é? O Freminet, eles trabalham pros Fatui.
How would they be able to make the switch without being noticed? That would be difficult to pull off, no?
Não necessariamente, porque se o Lorenzo trabalhava com Caesar, ele tem acesso também ao shop dele.
It would have to have been someone who knew that he was left-handed and who could move his props around without arousing suspicion. Someone
Yep.
who was always by his side. Isn't that right, Lorenzo?
You just couldn't let sleeping dogs lie, could you?
I knew it.
There's not a lot of people who'd go to all this trouble for some magician who died 10 years ago. I didn't want to have to do this, you know. Silencing you the hard way just creates more problems for me to deal with.
Mano, você não vai ter, tipo, cara, você não vai conseguir silenciar. Eu acho muito idiota isso, velho.
But I gave you your chance.
5 pessoas contra um cara com visão e um cara que tem basicamente poderes de Deus nesse jogo.
You mean Gemma? So you are the one who's been threatening her.
I mean, sure, that was kinda obvious.
Yes, although however stubborn she might be, she was never much of a liability. But you people, you never even knew him, but for some reason you just wouldn't drop it. Which is why you can't leave this place alive. Take them out, and make it quick.
Do your worst.
Step right.
Hey there! Hiya! This one's got your name on it. Final warning! You asked for it!
And voila! Let's get this show on the road!
Feeling lucky?
That's so stupid, dude.
Oh, you kids
That
need
is so
something in your
dumb.
work.
Had
That
enough
is
yet,
so
Lorenzo? Your
stupid.
cronies
O
can't
cara
help you
acha que
now.
com 3 pessoas ele vai conseguir matar um cara que trabalha pros Fatui e tem visão e outro maluco ali que tá em todas as histórias principais do jogo.
I think it's high time you started talking. And what I'd really
Porra,
like to know
Miroi, faz
is,
uns bagulho mais
why did you
believable.
murder Caesar?
If I had a Mora for every time you said that man's name. Of course you idolize Caesar, everyone else did. But I was the real genius magician. Me, he was just an amateur who did cheap tricks for gullible children. I was the one who made magic into the fine art it is today. The aristocrats doffed their hats to me!
So it was jealousy.
Jealousy. Hatred, more like. I hated Caesar. All he cared about was his magic. He lived and breathed it. He poured everything into his street performances and his stupid tours like it was just a hobby to him, never bothering to think about Mora. What sort of fool devotes their life to the art of deception and never has a Mora to show for it? But the people loved him, didn't they? Oh, how they looked up to him. No one gave me a second look. All I ever heard was, "Oh, your master's amazing, isn't he?" Amazing. Yeah, so amazing that he was completely broke. Every other apprentice was living it up at their master's expense, but no, not me. I put in all the work, mastered all the skills, and it brought me nothing more than the life I already had. He forbade me from using magic to trick people out of their Mora. There was nothing he hated more than that. And with his reputation in Fontaine, it was too risky for me to go it alone. As long as he was alive, if I dabbled in my own brand of money-making magic, he would expose me, and it would destroy me.
That's so
I
stupid.
had to kill him.
That's even worse,
There
dude.
was no other way.
That was... O cara matou o cara por dinheiro. That's even worse.
And this was your only motive?
It was reason enough. What other motive would I need?
A Gemma.
Well, I was under the impression that there might have been other factors at play. For instance, maybe you were in love with Gemma, but she was engaged to Caesar.
In love with Gemma? Don't be ridiculous.
Yep.
Guess I was wrong about that then. Next question. Are you the Phantom Weasel?
Faz sentido ele ser o Phantom Weasel porque Phantom Weasel roubando dinheiro usando Magic Tricks. Por quê? Porque o Caesar impedia ele de roubar ou de fazer mágica por dinheiro, né? Daí ele usava os skills dele como Phantom Weasel para poder roubar os outros.
I am. Caesar was so strict with me. He insisted that his way was the right way. That the sole purpose of magic was to bring joy to the world.
Sim, ok. Então, ele meio que colocou a culpa do Phantom Weasel no Caesar, quando ele matou o Caesar. Porém, o que me deixa confuso aqui agora é, beleza, a teoria que eu tinha ali atrás se encaixou corretamente. Quem que foi que lançou aquela nota lá dizendo que roubaria whatever, mas roubaria... Não lembro como é que é a nota, mas roubaria algo que mais almejava, algo do tipo. No começo da história, a nota que a Charlotte comentou sobre. Quem que foi que enviou? Porque, porra, se ele não tivesse... Se a pessoa que enviou essa nota não tivesse enviado essa nota, nada disso teria acontecido. O Lynn e a Lynette não teriam... não iriam procurar saber sobre quem é o verdadeiro Phantom Weasel. A história não ia acontecer. Essa história não ia acontecer.
I never bought into any of that. I was more interested in the practical value of magic. Sure enough, it helped me fill my pockets with all kinds of valuable treasures.
Oh, yeah! Charlotte told us that the weasel would steal whatever people valued, no matter how much it was worth.
That's just how it looked from the outside. What would any thief want with second-rate loot? I've only ever targeted high-value items.
Ok, então quem que mandou a outra
I
nota?
stole cheap things as a way of practicing my craft. It was other people's overactive imaginations that conjured up the preposterous image they then dubbed the Phantom Weasel.
So, that's the story, huh? Well, I hope you're ready to tell it all over again during your trial.
What choice do I have? You're a pack of wolves, and you've got me between your jaws. You've seen what's here, and my last-ditch effort to stop it getting out has failed. What else can I do? So be it. I've enjoyed power and wealth for the last 10 years, the likes of which Caesar could never give me. I wouldn't choose for things to end this way, but I regret nothing.
Very well. In that case, I'll contact the guards. Traveler, Paimon, keep an eye on Lorenzo for me. I'll meet you just outside the workshop when I'm back.
That doesn't bode well, dude. Colocar dois caras que não sabem nada de mágica pra... pra vigiar um maluco
At least I can finally stop looking over my shoulder now.
que sabe praticamente tudo de mágica agora. Dentro do workshop dele, ou do Caesar, no caso, que meio que virou o workshop dele, o que ele roubou. Okay.
Lily has told me
Nothing
the whole
happened.
story. Lorenzo, do you confess to the murder of Caesar and to framing him for the Phantom Weasel's crimes?
Look who's finally developed a conscience.
And nothing of the sort.
What kind of disciple murders their own master? I hope it was worth it, because there'll be hell to pay.
Looks like it's all over. What should we do next, Lenny? Should we start preparing for your show?
Let me think. Let's rendezvous with Lynette and Gemma first. With Lorenzo in custody, Gemma will no longer have to fear for her safety.
Good point. We should go tell Gemma the good news right away. It'll give her some peace of mind for sure.
Seria interessante se eles fizessem aquela, como tributo pro Caesar, fizessem aquele número que matou ele, tá ligado? Só que nesse caso fizesse com sucesso, né? Obviamente.
Ah, you're back. You were so quick. I've only just finished my third dessert.
Your third? Lynette, come on, we've talked about this. Everything in moderation. You're not gonna have any room left for dinner now.
It's fine. I'll shift to exercise mode and jog off the excess sugar.
That's besides the point. Well, it's done now. But try to eat a more balanced diet in
Que
the
seu lá tá
future.
tocando. Eu vou ali pegar a água e já volto. Voltei.
Point taken.
Did everything go okay?
Of course! Lorenzo was no match for us. The guards are taking him into custody as we speak.
Gosh, that's amazing. I'm sorry, I still didn't know if I could trust you, but now it seems I can. I had my suspicions about Lorenzo, but
It's okay, we understand. He did threaten you. My mom would find it hard to trust strangers in your position too. But you don't need to be scared anymore. Everything's gonna be okay.
Sorry. My emotions are all over the place right now. I've been waiting for this day to come for so long. I always wanted to report Lorenzo. He took all of Caesar's property, which I found suspicious, but I had people watching me all the time, so I couldn't risk looking into it. I was so afraid. I was scared he'd do something terrible to me, and then no one would be left to visit Caesar's grave. So I never had the courage to speak out. Thank you all. Truly. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for clearing Caesar's name. I never would have guessed that Lorenzo was the real Phantom Weasel. He never showed any signs that there were problems between him and Caesar in public. From the outside, it looked like they got along great. And to think that lowlife's been living life to the fullest all this time, while Caesar's name was getting dragged through the mud. It's a travesty. At least his soul can finally rest in peace now, thanks to your efforts.
If only I'd realized before it was too late.
Don't blame yourself, Gemma. This isn't your fault.
Yeah, you still have the rest of your life to live. Caesar wouldn't want to see you spending it feeling guilty.
Cheer up, Gemma. My brother's doing a magic show at the Opera House tomorrow evening. Would you like to come along? It might raise your spirits. This
They're gonna
show
do the
is
tribute,
special.
right?
We're holding it in Caesar's honor.
I knew it. They're gonna do it.
In Caesar's honor. Really? Oh, thank you. I'll be there.
Great. We'll see you tomorrow evening. Traveler, Paimon, don't be late.
Don't worry, we'll be there. No way are we gonna miss out on a free magic show.
Yeah.
Wait, Paimon feels like we're forgetting something. Oh yeah, Caesar's diary!
Yeah.
Found out if the two
Yeah.
things Caesar taught
Yeah.
Paimon to were Linny and Lynette or not.
Yep.
Linny changed the topic back in the workshop, so we didn't get a chance to bring it up. Oh well. Guess we'll just have to ask Linny tomorrow evening.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter, does it? It's 18 to 20. Tá 4. Não que eu preciso, depois eu tenho que farmar, mas é só quando eu precisar de primogênito. Enquanto dá pra garantir a Arlequina, provavelmente eu vou ter que esquipar a Clorinda, mas próxima vez que ela voltar eu pego. Começar a juntar pra 5.2, né, pra poder pegar a Archon.
Paimon's excited to see another of Linny's magic shows! Wait. Lynette, shouldn't you be on
Not this time. My brother's going solo today. So, I'll be watching with you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody's ready because the show is about to begin. The great magician Linny has prepared a spectacular show for us all tonight, concluding with an all-new grand finale that no audience has ever seen.
He's gonna do the Caesar one.
Thank you all so much for coming. Now, prepare to join me on a journey through the mystical and miraculous.
Exciting stuff, isn't it?
Yes, it's just... It reminds me of him.
No wonder. Caesar was a famous magician too. So, how did you two first meet, Gemma?
Well, I was out on the street once, and I saw him performing for little
Ó,
children.
a Charlotte do outro
Children
lado.
love magic, because they're willing to believe in things that can't be rationally explained. Caesar had this amazing way of bringing them into a dreamlike world, and somehow, I felt drawn to him too. So, I went up and asked him to do a trick for me.
Aw, that sounds so romantic. What trick did he do?
It was with a flower. He took it in his hand, snapped his fingers, and it magically appeared on my head. I was so happy that day. No one had ever given me a flower before that.
Oh, that's so cute. Actually, now that you mention it, Linny's done that one before.
Is that right? Then I suppose he's a romantic at heart, just like Caesar. So let's treasure the time we have with him. After all, you never know when the people dearest to you might be gone.
That's right. It's all over now. Paimon doesn't really know how to comfort you, but at the very least, no one's gonna be intimidating you from now on. You can breathe easy at last, right?
Right. Yes, you can breathe easy now. Phantom Weasel.
See? Even Lynette says...
Wait, she's the Phantom Weasel? What?
Lorenzo escaped? Where is he?
Why is she the Phantom Weasel though?
What do you mean, Phantom Weasel?
As Linny once said, a performer's job is to commit fully to their role and put on a flawless performance for their audience. But once the bag of tricks is empty and the curtain falls, it's time to end the show. The spotlight is no place for someone with no more cards up their sleeve. It's been 10 years, Gemma. Aren't you tired of the grieving widow act? I think it's time to put an end to it.
What are you talking about?
Ok, reviravolta, I like it.
Doesn't like this riddle.
Eu gosto das reviravoltas. Tell me more.
Paimon doesn't like where this is going. Come on, say something.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh
you're all enjoying the
shit.
performance so
I
far.
like it.
There will now be a brief
What did I
intermission,
miss?
after which Linny will perform the most electrifying act of tonight's show, the one we've all been waiting for.
Could they mean that pode ser que ela seja a Phantom Weasel que mandou a mensagem e não a Phantom Weasel, no caso, o Lorenzo? Pode ser ela que mandou a mensagem? I don't know. Pode ser ela que mandou a mensagem e não o Lorenzo. Faria sentido com o resto da teoria. Mas se tiver alguma coisa a mais que a gente perdeu, tamo nessa, tamo indo.
Performance will take place outside of the Opera House, so please make your way outside in a calm and orderly fashion.
The Phantom Weasel never did like public places, did they? Don't worry, this place will be quiet soon. Let's talk somewhere else for now.
What is going on, dude? I love it. I fucking love it. Sempre que tem umas reviravoltas assim. I do like it. A cara da Lynette.
This is awkward, isn't it? And unfortunately, I'm all out of gadgets, so I'm afraid I can't do any tricks to liven up the mood. This is a big mistake for a magician to make, But thankfully, I do have a backup plan. Now, who wants to hear a story?
Lenny, don't we have more important things to address right now? Lynette accused Gemma of being the real Phantom Weasel a moment ago. Oh, what the heck's going on?
All in good time. Magicians are good at guessing what people are thinking. I know the questions you want to ask. And as it happens, the story I'm about to tell might answer a few of them.
Really? Well then, let's hear it! Paimon's dying of curiosity here!
Let's go back to the very beginning. A decade ago, when the Phantom Weasel was terrorizing the court of Fontaine. She never missed a target, never left a trace, and no treasure was safe from her thieving hands. But as her
Interesting.
infamy grew, so did the readiness of the police, and her opportunities to act became ever fewer. Every day, she ran the risk of being exposed for who she was.
Então ela se aproveitou da morte do Caesar para poder colocar como se o Caesar fosse o Phantom Thief, ou Phantom Weasel. Então o Lorenzo meio que pegou. É possível então que o Lorenzo tenha admitido ser o Phantom Weasel porque ele ama ela, tá ligado?
Of course, she could not simply take this lying down, and before long she found her ticket to freedom. She would create a scapegoat, a false weasel to close the chapter on her behalf. After weighing her options, she set her sights on a renowned magician, Caesar. After all, magic and theft shared enough similarities for people to buy the story when the truth came out.
So then what?
Pera aí, então ela que orquestrou a morte dele? Ou ela só queria meio que colocar ele como se ele fosse o Phantom Thief e o Phantom Weasel e os guards de Fontaine meio que prender ele?
Being the master deceiver she was, the weasel easily earned Caesar's trust. Now all that remained was to frame him for her countless crimes.
Ok, então ela só queria mesmo colocar pintar ele como criminoso.
But as she was considering how to make her move, she noticed Caesar's aggrieved pupil, and a new thought entered her mind. Maybe I don't need to get my hands dirty after all. At her encouragement, Lorenzo tampered with Caesar's magic box, causing him to fall to his death. Afterwards, Lorenzo seized his master's property, and the weasel set about tarnishing Caesar's reputation. Two co-conspirators committed the perfect crime.
Interesting.
I've got to hand it to you. You're both exceptional storytellers. It's enough to make even me wonder whether there was really another mastermind behind all this, pulling the strings. But I just have one question. You seem to think that I am the villain in this tale. What's brought this on, Linny? Is it something that Lorenzo said?
Don't worry, Lorenzo said nothing at all. But I never believed that he was the weasel, and in fact, my investigation only made me more certain of that. He was too forthcoming with his confession, as if there was something else he was trying to hide.
How disappointing. So you'd sooner trust Lorenzo than me? Even without a shred of evidence?
A magician
Interesting.
is an expert at playing the audience to get the result they want. And I have no doubt that you, Gemma, are equally talented in this regard. With a little help from Lorenzo, you put on a very convincing performance. The lovesick fiancé, whose devotion to her betrothed is unshakable, even under threats of violence. Caesar was maligned and hated by all for 10 years, but you? Everyone sympathized with your plight. Who would suspect for 1 second that the lovely young lady always seen weeping in front of Caesar's grave was actually the mastermind behind his demise? No, not that poor lady. Perish the thought.
Wait, so you mean the whole intimidation thing was just a hoax?
Now that is a cool story.
But why would Lorenzo agree to that? And why didn't he sell her out even at the end instead of admitting to being the weasel himself?
Yes, why indeed? Maybe Gemma herself could enlighten us on that question.
Well, Linny, if you're so confident in your version of events, then I think the answer should be obvious, having killed Caesar with his own hands. Lorenzo was plagued by overwhelming guilt. Revealing the Phantom Weasel's true identity would serve no purpose. But if the Weasel remained free, then she could take care of Lorenzo's loved ones.
An excellent answer, though sadly a little dull.
Is that right? Well, don't let me bore you. If you'd care to change the topic to something more interesting, I'd be much obliged.
As a matter of fact, there's one thing I'd really like to understand. Why would the real Weasel have targeted things that only have value to other people? Could you shed any light on that?
Of course. After all, we're just telling stories here, aren't we? If I had to guess, I would say that the real Weasel must have had a terrible childhood. Left to fend for herself after her parents died young. Betrayed, scorned, beaten. She'd scrounge waste paper from garbage bins to draw on, using twigs and dirt for lack of ink and pen. She'd sew ugly rag dolls from whatever scrap material she could get her hands on. This was her only source of happiness in life. But it was all she needed, and she was content. Until the world decided that even this was too good for her. Once again, she was betrayed. And this time, everything was taken from her. She felt like life was a miry pit that dragged her further down the more she struggled to escape. At that tender age, she should have been happy. Instead, she stood in the shadows and watched with envy as all good things in the world passed her by. This was a fate too cruel for anyone to bear. Her pain became a breeding ground for dark thoughts. Thoughts which festered and grew into a twisted solution to her troubles. I detest the happiness of others, in all its forms alike. I will rob them of everything they hold to be good and true. And it will fill the void in my soul.
That's some pretty heavy stuff.
Now it all makes sense.
Does this story satisfy you, Linny?
Yes, it is quite to my tastes. Thank you for helping to clear up my confusion.
Huh. That's right. What drove you to write that letter, Gemma? What were you trying to achieve there? Because without that, none of this would have ever come to light.
She didn't write the letter.
Oh!
After 10 long years, I'd hoped that the Phantom Weasel would be consigned to the history books by now. But it seems like someone still wasn't ready to let her finally be at peace.
Então foi o Lini e a Lynette que escreveram a carta justamente porque eles conheciam o Caesar e eles foram aprendizes do Caesar. Okay.
Linny? Or should I call you the Phantom Copycat now?
That makes more sense
You
now.
were the one who posted that letter outside the opera house.
That makes a lot more sense now.
Very sharp, Phantom Weasel. Still as shrewd as ever. Well, no need for me to be coy about it. Our goal was to clear Caesar's name. The most straightforward way to change the public's impression of Caesar was to force the Weasel to show themselves.
That's it? You had no other agenda?
Of course we did. We made it quite clear in the letter, I believe. I shall take from you that which you hold most dear, just as you did to me 10 years ago.
10 years ago? You mean Caesar's death? You met him?
Eles dois eram aprendizes deles. Por 10 dias, mas foram aprendizes dele.
Wait. Oh, I get it. You were those two obnoxious kids. It's been so long, and you're all grown up now. I didn't recognize you. He taught you magic back then, didn't he? For what, 10 days or something? And you went to all this trouble. Why? Because you feel like you still owe him something?
We remember all our debts, however great or small. 10 years ago, Caesar's reputation was torn to shreds, and his legacy was thrown out. 10 years on, and no one cares what the truth is anymore. But we did not forget. And so we came to find you.
And? What exactly did you take from me? I'm still standing, as you can see. Lorenzo has admitted to everything. I'm free.
Free? Do you really think so? Caesar once told me that even though the world is filled with lies and falsehoods, we must find our own truth. I think that applies to you too. Truth can take many forms. Prized possessions with nostalgic value, fervent hopes and dreams, and irreplaceable people.
Prized possessions with nostalgic value. Ela tem as paradas que ela roubou ainda?
Life took many things from you, and those wounds never healed. When they ached unbearably in the dead of night, stealing became your way of numbing the pain.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying that for the last 10 years, you've been living a rather uneventful life. Perhaps that's because you found something other than a life of crime to fill the hole? Back to Lorenzo for a second. He murdered his own master, played along with your act, and took pains to make sure any suspicion would be directed towards him. But what did he have to gain from all that? He knew who you were and the things you'd done, and despite that, he was willing to give everything up for your sake. He's the reason that you haven't felt the compulsion to steal in all these years. You're more than just accomplices in murder. You're the only real friends each other has. So I think you know, deep down, that he is the only truth you have in your life.
Well, good thing is, they're gonna be together in the Fortress of Merrypit. Os dois vão apodrecer lá na Fortress of Merrypit, juntos.
But that truth is gone now. And I guarantee you, you'll never see it again.
Congratulations on your freedom, Gemma.
Your freedom will cost you dearly. From now on, you'll be all alone in a world full of lies and
Ué, eles não vão...
I do hope you'll be able to bear it. You've still got a long life ahead of you after all.
Wait. Eles vão... What? Eles vão castigar ela deixando ela ficar livre? Em vez de mandar ela pra Fortress of Merrypit. What?
Gather round, one and all. The time has now come for the amazing Linny to perform his final act in tonight's show. I'm sure you're all wondering what he has planned for the grand finale. Well, wonder no more, for the answer is...
That's good, dude. He's gonna do it.
High-altitude escape.
A high-altitude escape?
I'm sure you all remember the magician Caesar. This was the very trick that led to his fatal fall, after which he was dubbed the Phantom Weasel. But we have now learned that Caesar was wrongly accused, and that the real Weasel has now confessed to their crimes.
Guess that's my cue to leave. Whew. I've been practicing this one for ages now, but I'm still a little nervous. Traveler, Paimon, I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. There may be a lot of people watching tonight, but you alone are my true witnesses.
Lenny, wait. You two hid a lot from Caesar. He went to his grave without ever knowing your secrets. So what about now? Are you an open book? Or are you still the same as ever? You don't have to tell lies to end up isolated and alone. One day, you'll end up exactly where I am today. Maybe then you'll finally understand.
You're wrong. I'm nothing like you.
Eles falaram eles na história eles confirmaram, né, que eles são fator.
What are we doing now?
E vão assistir o bagulho, né?
Like Lenny said, when you're ready, let's head outside and watch the show.
Hell yeah, dude.
What about Gemma?
Just leave her.
She'll figure out what's best for her soon enough. Oh, and if you'd like to see Lenny after the show, you know where he'll be. The usual haunt.
All right. Well, let's go and watch Lenny's finale then. This trick's a pretty dangerous one, but he should be able to pull it off, right?
Man, se ele cair de lá de cima, é só pegar e dar um plano de ataque. Que ele vai sobreviver. A reviravolta foi da hora, velho. Não vou falar, não. That was very good.
Magic should be mysterious, surprising, and defy logic. Magic is hard work. Every single movement has to be practiced thousands of times.
It's alright. We're used to that.
We're sorry. You've taught us so much, but we can't tell you the whole truth.
It's okay. Do you still remember what I told you? This world is full of lies and falsehoods. I only hope that one day, you can find your own truth.
What about you? Have you found your truth?
Magic is my truth. I want to perform a magic trick so great that people will always think of me when they talk about it. For a magician, what greater honor could there be?
Look! Behold! Lenny is sealed inside the box. Will he manage to escape? 10 years ago, Caesar attempted this very trick, and it was at this precise moment that...
Watch out!
Mysterious. Surprising. And logic-defying. Isn't that right? This honor belongs to you, Caesar.
Ele pôs o twist dele na
I'm just sorry it's a
no
little
trick, velho. Ele pôs o twist dele no trick. That's awesome.
Did you see that? One minute he was falling, and the next, he turned into flowers.
How could he possibly have done that?
How mysterious. I didn't blink once. He just vanished, right in front of my eyes.
What a heart-stopping magic show! This was really worth the trip. Caesar's name has finally been cleared, and Fontaine's new star magician Linny has fulfilled a wish on his behalf. Oh, I couldn't ask for a better grand finale. It will make a great headline for the Steambird tomorrow, even if I do say so myself.
Looks like everyone really loved Linny's grand finale. Paimon doesn't see Linny anywhere. Where'd he go? Oh, Lynette said he'd be waiting for us at the usual haunt. But, where is that? Oh, you mean the one where Caesar's buried? Yeah, that's probably it. This whole magic show kinda seemed like Linny's way of saying goodbye to Caesar. So it makes sense that that's where he'd be afterward. Alright, let's go look for him there.
Dude, that was a pretty good... That was a pretty good story. No final ali foi bem mais da hora, velho. Tipo, as reviravoltas e tal. E o twist na apresentação de tributo dele, velho. Só seria melhor se no final ali ele começasse a tocar Tenacious de This is a Tribute. No caso, Tribute, né? O nome da música.
There you are. Are you alright? Paimon was scared to death when the chain broke. Paimon was sure something had gone horribly wrong.
Magic is a performance art. A magician has to get creative to keep the audience on tenterhooks. That's our job. So I tweaked Caesar's original setup a little to keep it fresh. I was honestly a little nervous during the live performance. The thought of falling, suddenly feeling weightless, seeing the sky and the ground spinning and spinning. Sometimes, I can't help but wonder what Caesar thought in those final moments. Did he regret taking Gemma and Lorenzo on? Or did he believe that it was his own slip-up right until the end?
You know, Paimon's been wanting to ask you about something ever since we were in Caesar's workshop. You learned magic from Caesar once, didn't you? When was that?
After I joined the House of the Hearth. To be honest, Lynette and I had an agenda when we approached him. I told you about my past before, remember? As a young boy, I survived by secretly learning magic from street performers. I'd watch their tricks and try to figure out how they were done. But I quickly realized that observation alone could only get me so far. What I saw was the polished final performance, but the rigorous training they put in behind the scenes remained invisible to me. I needed to learn how to improve my sleight of hand, hone my misdirection skills, and make niftier props. We were gifted enough that we'd made some progress by ourselves, but without proper guidance from a professional magician, we quickly plateaued.
So that's why you sought Caesar out?
Yes, we figured there was no harm in asking, but it took us by surprise that he was so willing to teach us.
I mean, todo mundo. Eu não. Se isso for se isso for a intenção dele, tá ligado? Não vejo nada problemático, não, porque realmente. Você pode aprender as coisas, mas é muito melhor se você tiver um professor, tá ligado?
In all, we only spent 10 short days together, but he was very good to us. By contrast, we hid so many things from him. For instance, when he asked why I wanted to learn magic, I answered, it's my passion. But in truth, there was already a lot more to the story by then. After being taken in by an aristocrat for our magic talent, then betrayed soon after, this was no longer about me doing what I loved. What amazed me was how the lie escaped my lips even as I was hesitating over whether to tell him the truth. Trust is a beautiful thing. Sadly, I'd forgotten how to trust by then.
Winnie.
Still worried about the way I feel? You really are a gentle soul, aren't you? But don't worry, I'm used to it now. From the mansions of the elite to the House of the Hearth, lies and selfishness have followed me and Lynette everywhere we go. After Caesar went on tour, we became busy with our missions. The next we heard of him was that he'd fallen to his death, and was now declared to be the Phantom Weasel. That night, I remembered his smile. But as I lay there, I didn't know what to say to him. To keep secrets is to put up walls. The longer you keep them up, the less you let people in. Then, one day, you look around and realize your life is like an empty auditorium after a show, full of seats once occupied by all the people who left. But I guess that's the price we have to pay. You only realize how much someone really meant to you when you lose them completely. That's why I was so confident this would hurt Gemma. Because I felt it for myself.
Yeah, cheer up, Winnie. We've had to say our fair share of goodbyes during our journey, too. But whatever happens, Paimon always believes in what tomorrow brings. Delicious food, fun toys, and the traveler by my side. Paimon just needs to focus on things like this, and all the unhappy stuff goes right out the window. You know, Traveler, doesn't that kind of make you Paimon's truth?
I hope not.
Exactly. It's the same for me and Lynette. We are the truest thing each other has in the world, and nothing can replace that. Life has taken plenty from us, like it did from Gemma. But at least it left us with each other.
Eu gostei do nice touch ali, a flor na lápide do Caesar.
That's why the darkness never consumed me and why it never will. Maybe we live in the shadows too, but we remember every precious ray of light that shines through. All right, time to lighten this conversation up a little. What did you think of the show tonight? Were you happy with it?
It was amazing! Paimon just wishes we hadn't been so distracted with the Gemma situation. We spent most of our time in the Opera House just talking and pretty much missed the entire first half of the show. Winnie, could you do just one more trick for us?
Whoa, that's a bit of a tall order, I'm afraid. The show's just finished, so my sleeves are decidedly card-free right now.
Aw, come on! Surely you can think of something. The Lenny Paimon knows can do anything if he puts his mind to it.
Oh, all right then. I'll give it a go, but only because it's you. Watch closely. I have a flower in my hand.
You liar! There's nothing in your hand. We ain't going along with this.
Huh? My goodness, you're right. But I could have sworn I brought one here with me. Okay, try this. Count down with me. 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1.
Now, have another look around. Maybe the flowers appeared somewhere else.
Really? Let's see.
De novo, cara.
There it is! Oh, this is a different flower from the last time, right? This one's called, oh yeah, a rainbow rose.
A Rainbow Rose. É a Rainbow Rose que, de acordo com o Rix aí, a flor que você tem que coletar se você quiser upar a Arlequina, hein? Acho que ele deve ter lido o livro, né? Que ele falou que ia comprar.
But more importantly, Paimon has to know how the trick is done. Please, Lenny, pretty please.
É a edição.
Well, if you want to learn magic, you'll have to start by addressing me as teacher.
Fine. Please, teacher, please.
Since you asked so nicely, I'll share one little tip with you. Namely, the student of magic cannot solely rely on others being prepared to reveal their secrets. You have to observe, think, and find the answers for yourself.
Is that it?
Look at the time. We shouldn't linger here too long. Thanks again for coming to see my show. I bid you both good night. I look forward to seeing you again.
All right, fine. See ya. Shall we head back down too? Oh, Paimon can't wait to read The Steambird tomorrow. Paimon bets Lenny and Caesar will be placid all over it. Let's head to the Steambird's offices tomorrow morning and see what we can find out.
Nice. Mais coisa do... Wait, 4 estrelas? What the fuck is this? Quest item? What? Why'd you even give me a quest item?
I'm very sorry, Charlotte, but my sister and I are quite busy today. I'm afraid we'll have to decline this interview.
Oh, please, Lenny, I'll only take a moment of your time, if you would be so kind.
Huh? What's happening here?
I spent all night writing my piece about the Phantom Weasel, and it was going to go to print this morning, but just as dawn broke, I suddenly received news that Caesar's fiancée, Gemma, had contacted the guards and confessed to having been the real Phantom Weasel all along.
That was quick.
Too late, bro.
That was quick, you say? It sounds like I've got some catching up to do. Please, fill me in.
Whoops.
Aha! My instincts did not lead me astray. You do have something to hide. Gemma turning herself in must have something to do with Lenny's performance last night.
Maybe watching my high-altitude escape trick reminded her of a better time with Caesar, and she could no longer ignore the voice of her conscience.
Huh. Okay, then. Wait, no, there must be more to it. If that's all it took for her to have a change of heart, how did it take her 10 whole years?
Well...
Oh, I remember now! You and Gemma were nowhere to be found after the show. What happened between you? Quickfire question! Where did you all go after the show?
Oh, we went to the cemetery and Lenny did a private magic trick just for us. Actually, glad you mentioned it, because that reminds Paimon, guess what? Lenny started using rainbow roses in his tricks.
What? I don't recall ever having received a rainbow rose from you myself. Is this supposed to mean that they're more important to you than your own sister?
No, I just...
Did Paimon say something wrong again?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know what, I don't know what rainbow roses mean. I didn't read the fucking item that I received.
This is getting pretty awkward. What do we do, Traveler?
Seems
I don't
like this
fucking know.
interview wasn't meant to be. Well, never mind. There's always next time. Forgive my persistence, but when there's explosive news waiting to be found, I can't turn away. The news about Gemma has already made waves, and I'll stop at nothing to get to the bottom of it all.
You go, girl.
Apparently, one of the things she said to the guards was that her final wish is to see Lorenzo one last time. There's clearly a web of complicated relationships there. Can't blame me for being curious. All right, I guess I'll leave you to continue the rest of your conversation in peace. Bye for now.
Lynette? Paimon didn't mean to.
Don't worry, I wasn't angry. I was just trying to distract her.
That makes sense.
Oh, really? Oh, thank goodness. You scared Paimon there.
Phew. You and me both, Paimon. You and me both. At least it did the job, right?
Please, take good care of that rainbow rose. I'd be really upset if you lost it.
What does rainbow rose mean, man? A flowery accessory given away by Lenny at his magic shows. It is an arrangement of luminous bells which symbolizes parting and rainbow roses that represent passion. Ah, ok. Oh, ok. Então é as duas. Eu não tinha nem reparado que tinha o azul ali, a flor azul ali, não. Parting and passion are two separate perspectives sharing the same nature. Oh, that's cool. That's kind of cool. That was very cool. Ok, very cool. Vamos lá receber a... A próxima que eu falei que eu ia fazer era da...
Add Astra. Add Astra.
Cloud Retainer, né? $157. That is a lot. So, if I actually do... Ah, tem uma parada também que eu esqueci. Eu esqueci de comprar os... Tá quantos dias para acabar isso aqui? Faltam... 9 horas. Ah, ok. Yeah. É o primeiro, esse é o primeiro banner. I was like, what the fuck? There's an update before? Tanta coisa aconteceu nos últimos dias, cara, que eu achei que, tipo, uma semana era 3. Provavelmente não vai vir nenhum 5 estrelas, não, porque o meu piri tá bem baixo.
I really want to go.
Quantos que faltam? Não, esse aqui não, é o outro. Esqueci que esse aqui salva. É o do... Do... 988.
Traveling. I don't mind. There we go.
Do Honkai Star Rail não salva, não. Yeah. Peraí que eu já volto.
long as I have...
Voltei. Ok, vamos lá. 1000 moonlit miles.
Friends with me.
Um outro personagem que eu quero também pegar é a Cloud Retainer.
We've been to so many places lately. What do you say we take a day off from adventuring and just find somewhere nice to relax? Let Paimon think. Where are some nice places we could go? Oh, why don't we pay Cloud Retainer a visit at Mount Outsong? It's been a while since we last saw that illuminated bird. She's always the one popping up out of nowhere and scaring us half to death. So let's surprise her this time.
Are you gonna surprise her or is she gonna surprise you, Paimon? Look who it is! Miss Cloud Retainer.
Outsider place. Do you still remember the first time we came here? We even brought offerings and everything.
We did.
When we told her that Rex Lapis had been assassinated, she immediately threatened to squash Liyue Harbor. Paimon thought she'd be impossible to get along with. But now that we've spent some more time together, she's really not like that at all. We probably don't need to bring any offerings now that we've gotten to know her pretty well, right?
Oh, come on, Paimon.
Well, Paimon's got some snacks around here somewhere, so if she really wants something, we can just use that.
É bom, você vai visitar os amigos, não vai levar nenhum vinhozinho? Porra, Paimon. Alguém viesse me visitar, um vinhozinho. It's Cloud Retainer.
What a pretty lady. Is she also here to visit Cloud Retainer?
No, she is Cloud Retainer.
Yeah, you're right. All it takes is one look and you can tell she's someone special. As expected of that bird lady, really. She must have a whole bunch of Adepti friends from all over the country. Okay, but if we're both friends of Cloud Retainer, then we're basically friends by association, right? Want to go up to her and say hello?
Vai lá, Paimon, você vai cavar a sua própria cova.
Helping you make more connections is a part of Paimon's job as your reliable guide. Paimon
Vai lá. Cava sua cova, Paimon, vai lá.
Hello. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler.
Oh my god.
Paimon doesn't think we've met, but we're also friends of Cloud Retainer. May we have the pleasure of learning your name, Madam Adeptus?
You two... What is this tomfoolery? Has this shift in form so clouded your eyes that you no longer recognize one anymore?
Wait, you're... Huh? You're the illuminated bird? But you look... human! How did that happen?
I mean, she's an Adeptus. Ela pode mudar a forma dela, Paimon. Come on, Paimon. Come on, Paimon.
Oh, donning human form is scarcely any test of one's abilities. As for your confusion, one merely had no reason to indulge such inclinations before.
So, you're indulging now because...
Well, one has made plans to pay a visit to some disciples at Liyue Harbor. Taking on a human form for such a trip is simply a way to make matters less conspicuous.
You? Worrying about keeping a low profile? You're the one who likes to pop up out of nowhere all over the place. In fact, Paimon can think of several examples. Like last year, when you suddenly appeared on the top of a roof without any warning. Or... Hey, didn't we agree not to bring that up unless she asked?
Oh? So you have taken care to follow the proper rules of etiquette after all.
Eu vou mentir não, Cloud Retainer. Se alguém viesse me visitar e não me desse um vinho pra eu colocar na minha coleção ali, ficaria triste. Mentira, eu ficaria triste não.
Well, this is all Paimon's got. You don't mind, right?
One has never found oneself lacking in basic comforts. On the contrary, it is the gesture that one values above all else. So long as you've shown proper respect and consideration, the quantity or quality of the gift is but a trivial matter.
That kinda makes Paimon feel a little guilty for trying to keep them for herself. Anyway, where were we before you reminded Paimon about the gifts? Ah, right. So by disciples, you must mean Ganyu and Shenhe. It's also been a while since we last saw them. Maybe we can come too.
One planned to extend the invitation even if you had not raised the matter yourself. Shenhe and Ganyu should be quite pleased to see you again. However, one would first inquire as to the reason behind your visit here. You have cause to seek one's company?
Yeah, we just found ourselves missing you and wanted to see how you were doing. We were hoping you'd tell us one of your stories. Who knew we'd run into your human form while we were at it?
Is that so? If there are no urgent matters at hand, then let us make haste for Liyue Harbor. Ganyu is likely still working at Yue
Oh
Harbor.
my God,
so that should be
Ganyu.
our first
Por
stop.
favor, Ganyu. Siga meu exemplo, Ganyu. Entre de férias. Come on, Ganyu. Siga meu exemplo.
Shenhe has also secured employment recently. In her correspondence with me, she wrote that she shall have no need to return for the foreseeable future. Did they think one was so easily mollified? One shall investigate everything with one's own eyes and decide for oneself if their living conditions are satisfactory.
Você muda de forma para uma forma humana e continua igual a Paimon. Se referenciando em terceira pessoa. Espero que eu não tenha morrido.
We're almost at Weihai Pavilion. Hey, do you think Ganyu will be shocked to see Cloud Retainer like this?
Provavelmente ela deve saber quem é a Cloud Retainer. Sei lá, alguma coisa a ver com os adeptos.
Guess we have no idea if
Adeptal
Shenhe and
Energy
Ganyu
or
have
whatever.
ever seen her in this form before. Wait, where did she go?
She vanished.
Why are you just standing there, Cloud Retainer?
Quietly now. One shall stay here. You two can go and meet with her.
But why? Isn't it better if we all go together?
If one were to proudly proclaim one's presence, Ganyu would surely profess herself otherwise unoccupied and drop everything to attend to one's visit. One fears that would only result in her staying up all night to make up for lost time.
Oh, that sucks.
One does not wish to trouble her.
Mas isso...
Conversing vicariously via you two shall
Isso é realmente uma das coisas que a Ganyu faria.
Again, do not mention one's presence here.
Alright. Mas peraí, ela não faria a mesma coisa com a gente?
Fair enough, makes sense. Alright then, we'll just pass on your regards and...
Cloud Retainer?
Oh, shit. that was quick.
Oh, busted.
Is that lady someone you know, Ms. Ganyu?
She is indeed. I'm sorry, Huixin, but could we delay the upcoming meeting for a little bit? I believe my schedule today is quite full. Although, perhaps I could move some work to later in the evening.
Oh, not to worry, Miss Ganyu. I'll make the necessary arrangements right away.
Shit.
Thank you, Huixin.
Okay, that sucks.
It's been a while, Ganyu.
Greetings. What brings you here today? And Cloud Retainer, too. It's been quite some time since I last saw you in this form.
You are quite mistaken. One is not acquainted with this.
One is not
Cloud Retainer of
acquainted.
whom you speak. One is simply a mere mortal passerby.
Huh?
Seems she's not buying it.
That was but a simple test. One did not expect you to be able to recognize one so easily, especially after so many years of only seeing one's other form.
Just thinking, why wouldn't I recognize you? Oh my god, that is so funny. O Traveler lendo a mente da Ganyu, velho.
But recognizing you is, my responsibility as your disciple.
An apt observation. One was simply passing by while attending to some important business. One thought it would only be fitting to pay you a visit while in the area.
Wait, Paimon wasn't aware of any important.
É, Paimon, fica quieta.
Right. We've still got something super important to do, so we can't stay here for too long today.
Oh, is that so? But it's been so long since we last saw each other.
And there we go.
One simply desired to see you and had no intention of interrupting your work. A quick conversation should suffice for today. A more involved reunion should wait until you find yourself less occupied.
I understand. That should be fine.
While one acknowledges the amount of work that you have to deal with every day, one must also remind you to rest. Though Adepti blood flows through your veins, excessive exhaustion will still cause grave harm to your body. It still makes one nostalgic to see you as you are now, respected and independent. When you were young, you oft begged one to cuddle you to sleep and you suffered from nightmares.
Cloud Retainer!
She's blushing.
If you insist. We are running short on time regardless, so one will refrain from going into each and every story. Why don't you continue your conversation? One shall simply stand by and listen.
Wow, you've been to so many new places since the last time we spoke. If you ever need anything, please just come find me at Uehai Pavilion. Also, forgive me for my presumptuousness, Cloud Retainer, but if you plan to continue appearing in this form, don't you think it'd be helpful to adopt a human name?
A human name? Huh. You raise a valid point. Considering the sheer extent of one's renown, Cloud Retainer is surely too recognizable as a name.
You really think so? Not that you're not famous or anything, but that famous?
Acho que nem o problema, não é nem o problema só do nome também, né? Ela ficar se referindo em terceira pessoa é foda.
You presume to know the extent of one's illustrious achievements. One would hardly think such a thing to be possible. Nevertheless, Ganyu's advice cannot be ignored. From this point on, when in public occasions, be sure to refer to one as Shenyun.
Shenyun?
I assume that's a reference to the full record of Pristine Pavilion. An Adeptus of years past would rise with the clouds and rest with the moon. They were enlightened and wise, free and unfettered. The writer referenced Master's name to describe her carefree and spontaneous nature.
Oh, that sounds super cool! Paimon feels like only the most powerful of Adepti could rise with the clouds and rest with the moon.
Actually, those lines were originally written to describe Cloud Retainer herself.
That's cute.
Huh? Wait, so you're really that powerful?
And what
I mean, she's an Adeptus,
Did you
dude.
truly take one to be nothing more than a bird of bigger than average size?
Of course she's powerful. She's an Adeptus.
Not exactly.
To be fair, Cloud Retainer rarely speaks of her past accomplishments. The tales of her past can only be found in ancient texts. It is said that once, a long, long time ago, there was a severe drought in Liyue. Left with no choice, many people left their homes, while others spent day and night praying to the Adepti. Although I did not live through such tragedy, simply reading about it is enough to gain a visceral understanding of all the pain and desperation during that time. On top of the drought, a noxious gas also began to spread through the land. If not for Cloud Retainer's efforts, much of Liyue would be nothing more than a barren wasteland today. The books had this to say about what happened. Upon arrival, the Adeptus borrowed the wind to retain the clouds. Immediately, the clouds gathered together, and abundant rain burst forth from the heavens. Drought and plague were both driven away, and the people were saved.
The Adeptus borrowed the wind to retain the clouds. Cloud Retainer. Retain the clouds.
That's incredible!
That is an apt description.
Mortal records add embellishments to dramatize past events. One did merely with one ought, and even if one had not interceded, the other Adepti would surely have stepped in to help.
Provavelmente.
So you stopped an entire drought! Can you really control the weather like the book said? Oh, Paimon suddenly has a lot more respect for you. So it was Paimon's bad for calling you Illuminated Bird before. You're not too mad, are you?
How laughable. A name is but a simple label we carry with us on our journey through the world. Why would one be offended by such a trivial matter?
That's a relief. In that case, Paimon will continue to call you whatever feels right in the moment.
Você faz isso de qualquer jeito, Paimon. Você não liga nem... Só porque a gente conhece os arcos, você desrespeita o Vente toda vez que você encontra o Vente. Você desrespeita o Vente todas as vezes que você encontra o Vente, você chama ele de bêbado. Assim, você tá falando a verdade, mas, porra, Paimon, come on.
Well, that is quite enough ancient history for now. Ganyu, have you had word from Shenhe? One has heard that she procured a job recently. Have you any thoughts on her workplace? And what, pray tell, of her monthly remuneration? Moreover, does she find herself overly inundated with work? Is she allowed time off during Lantern Rite?
That is a lot of questions.
There is no cause for concern, Cloud Retainer. I introduced Shenhe to her employer personally. Wanmin Restaurant's business has been booming recently. So, with Chef Mao being swamped with customers, and Xiangling still off and out in search of new recipes, I introduced Shenhe to staff the restaurant.
I see. Most excellent indeed. One has had the pleasure of being introduced to that family. Xiangling is kind and astute, while her father is loyal and reliable. One has no cause to believe that they will make Shenhe's work difficult.
And also Goba. Não esqueça de falar do Goba. Se bem que o Goba, eu acho que não sei se ele teria. Eu acho que os outros Adepti conhecem o Goba, né? Ou a versão antiga dele, né?
Now, it is almost time to partake in the victuals of noon.
Que até
One shall visit
então,
Wanmin Restaurant in person and see how Shenhe is doing.
eu só lembro do João Lee ter falado com o Goba, né? No caso, conversado com ele assim, referido a ele como se ele fosse um amigo, né? Se a versão. Na verdade, eu nem sei se os outros conversaram com ele, ou então não lembro se eles terem referenciado.
But didn't you just say that you had something important to do?
Can that wait until after we've eaten?
You may return to your work, Ganyu. One shall see to this matter on one's own. There will be many an occasion to dine together in the future. One is certain the opportunity shall present itself most readily.
Of course, Cloud Retainer. Please take care. Traveler, Paimon, I'll see you some other time.
See you around, Ganyu!
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
On the uptake there, don't you think? As soon as you mentioned important business to attend to, Paimon realized that you were just looking to cut the conversation short and not take too much of Ganyu's time. Is Paimon right?
No, in fact, it was not an excuse. One is indeed visiting Liyue Harbor for an important purpose.
Wait, for real?
The moment is not yet upon us. Still, the truth will be revealed to you in time.
She really seems to be playing up the whole mysterious Adeptus thing right now. Is it because we just heard that cool story about her powers?
Oh, we can see Shenhe. Nice. Dá pra ver ela daqui.
You get what I'm saying, right?
Eu queria um figurino da Shenhe, velho.
Yeah, how can I not? Not even fine food is enough to distract from the presence of a fine lady, eh?
Oh, I'm far more interested in getting her details than ordering any dishes.
Hey, how about you ask her?
Você vai tomar um soco no estômago, isso que você vai tomar.
You do it.
Vai receber um soco no estômago. Na verdade, é possível que ela nem se o cara dar uma cantada nela, é possível que ela nem perceba, tá ligado?
No. I think you should. Wait, she's coming.
What can I get for you today?
Greetings, miss. I was just wondering if you'd be willing to...
What would you like to order?
Holy shit.
2 servings of more meat to go. Good chat. Bye.
Holy shit.
Welcome. It's been a while. May I take your order?
Don't welcome us as guests and greet us as old friends in the same line. It's weird.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and this is?
This is Miss Xinyun.
Master?
Huh. One does not recall ever revealing this form to you before. How were you able to ascertain one's true identity with such ease?
I've trained and lived with Master for more than 10 years. I would recognize you no matter what form you take.
No, that is bullshit. That is bullshit. That is fucking bullshit. You're not even an Adeptus.
Is something the matter, Master?
Hardly. One simply learned of your employment from your letter and came to check on your well-being.
And check out the great food, too.
Indeed. It's almost lunchtime. My apologies. I'm still on the clock and can't talk for very long.
Well, if it isn't the traveler in Paimon.
How you doing, Chef Mao?
Shenhe? The lunch rush isn't in yet, Shenhe. So I've got things covered for now. Go ahead, sit down and enjoy some time with your friends. I'll let you know if things pick up.
Thank
Ah,
you,
vai ser
Chef Mao.
criminal se a gente não ver a Xianlin e o Globo, hein? Espero que a gente veja a Xianlin e o Globo.
It is just as one expected. The owner of Wanmin Restaurant is indeed a most reasonable and accommodating human.
It's pretty good.
Still, the work here entails
Dos
dealing with quite a
NPCs
varied group
assim
of people. Has this been difficult for you, Shenhe?
que não tem visão, o chefe Mao
It's
e
been
o
manageable so far. I sometimes run into strange people, but I have figured out a way to deal with them.
o chefe Mao e aquele NPC lá da do eu ia falar One Min Restaurant, mas One Min Restaurant ali daquela pousada da árvore lá, esqueci o nome dele. Pô, teve um evento mês passado que a gente era meio que virou chefe lá enquanto ele tava descansando, né? Ele ter dado um problema na mão dele. Eles dois são NPCs interessantes, tá ligado? Porque não tem nada a ver, não são NPCs jogáveis.
Seems like you've been making progress. So by dealing with them, you mean...
Ser bastante direta
First,
e
I
rude.
try to talk sense into them. If that doesn't work, I threaten them with violence. At this point, they usually decide they are in favor of a civil conversation.
They usually.
How should Paimon put this?
Nah, sounds reasonable
A
enough, yeah.
sensible plan. One is gladdened to see you integrate so well into human society.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
And you, Master? How have you been?
Simply marvelous. Though Mount Outsong has scarcely enjoyed your presence recently, one has hardly found the pleasure of one's own company to be lacking.
I see. Just as expected of Master.
What she means to say is she actually misses the two of them. Or two of us, yeah. I mean, yeah, a Ganyu, ela realmente trabalha bastante. Ela não deve visitar a Cloud Retainer. Ela não deve visitar a Cloud Retainer muito. os outros dois adeptas têm locais específicos, então eles também não devem visitar. O João Lee tá trabalhando. Realmente, realmente quem ficaria bastante tempo com ela seria a Shenra.
I have missed Master quite a bit too. Even though work has been busy lately, I've already had a conversation with Chef Mao about taking some time off soon to visit Master.
Oh,
Oh, that's cute.
you did? Do make note of such matters in your letters in the future. There's hardly a need to keep one in suspense.
She worries about you.
Her mood shot up just like that.
By the way, Master, since you are in Liyue Harbor, have you had the chance to visit Ganyu?
Indeed. She is similarly preoccupied with her work. There was time only to exchange a few simple pleasantries.
Ganyu told us the story of Cloud Retainer's name. It was amazing. We never knew how powerful she was before.
I did.
I see. In that case, allow me to also share a story about Master's past.
Oh?
Oh?
Is that a problem, Master? I believe this to be a good topic of conversation.
No, not a problem. One was simply caught off guard. But no matter. Please, proceed. One is most curious to see how much of one's own conversational prowess you possess.
Master once participated in a race against Mooncarver. After Mooncarver lost, he insisted that Master's ability to fly gave her a natural edge in such a contest.
Okay.
In response, Master agreed to forego flying in return for being able to use one of her devices in the race.
That is
Mooncarver
kinda...
accepted,
That is
only to
cheating.
provide Master with a brand new device on the day of the contest.
Huh. What kind of device was it?
It was a mechanical vehicle made out of iron. What was it called again?
The like...
Oh, an electro-powered
He made a
bicycle.
bike.
Oh, you refer to the bicyclical Thunder Flashmobile. One spent 49 days conceptualizing and crafting it. It need only be infused with adeptal energy, and it can cover thousands of miles in one day.
Bicyclical Thunder Flash Mobile. Isso é um nome, sei lá, que o Batman colocaria na parada dele, tá ligado?
Oh, it boggles the mind why Mooncarver ever supposed he might best me in a contest of locomotion. Though he sprinted with all his might, he could barely keep up. Alas, the one flaw of my mechanism lay in its weakness against mountainous terrain. One was thwarted mere seconds from victory, when it was thrown off course and failed to make it across the final stretch. Truly a most unfortunate turn of events. Anyway, do go on, Shenhe.
Master,
thunk.
that was the end of that story.
Is that so?
Você que falou o
With you
resto da
gone,
história, mano.
one has seldom felt the desire to call upon those old fossils for another contest. What is a race without spectators, after all?
Have you been lonely, Master?
Lonely?
That's what it sounds like,
One's
yeah.
age, entire human generations come and go in the blink of an eye. Even one's own self-directed musings can span several days and nights. 'Tis a most foreign sentiment. The mere mention of it is preposterous.
Which means it's true. Yeah, which means that's true.
What is the reason for that look upon your face?
It's nothing. It's just... Well, Paimon gained a lot of respect for you after listening to that story of you summoning the rain and everything. But all it took was a few words out of your mouth and it's like you're back to being that illuminated bird again. I was just a little bit confused. Which one of
A
the
Paimon
two
não
is
tem
the
respeito
real
nenhum por ninguém, velho.
To me, they are both, Master. One is the Master that's widely revered by the people, while the other is the Master that I respect and adore.
Oh, that is so
One finds
cute.
oneself exalted yet again with sweet words of praise and flattery of a most extravagant nature. You chose to exalt one with your words, yet you refuse to grace Mount Outsong with your presence for any extended period of time. One would almost question the sincerity of your estimations. This is not to say that your words paint an inaccurate picture. One has always lived by a single ideal. Eschew all action and abide by no rule. One does as one pleases and speaks as one pleases. Others may critique or praise as they see fit, yet one places little weight in such judgments.
She got like, what, 2 sentences of flattery from her disciple, and it's as if her ego is about to burst.
Do you have any empty tables?
Hey there, could we get another fish stew?
I'm hearing more guests come in. I should get back to work.
Alright, good luck with the lunchtime rush, Shin, huh?
I'll try my best.
Good luck. Of course, a Paimon.
So much yummy food! Paimon's gonna feast!
Peraí. Can you eat this kind of food?
One is fond of all kinds of delicacies and delights in a multitude of flavors. The dishes here demonstrate no shortage of culinary skill. Their unique flavor profile has left one more than satisfied. In fact, one has been struck by quite the fit of inspiration. One has already begun to conceptualize the next generation of supreme cuisine machines.
Oh, nice.
So tasty! A bit too hot at times, but still super tasty.
I'm sorry, miss, but our tables are full.
Shall we try somewhere else, Granny? But it smells so delightful. Can we really not eat here? My poor legs can't go on for much longer.
Well, you could always check with some of the other guests and see if anyone's happy to share a table.
Okay, I'll ask around. Excuse me, would you mind letting us share a table with you? There are no empty tables left, so...
Ah, well, Paimon doesn't mind. What about you guys?
Great! Thanks so much. My name is Shuyu, and this is my granny, Yuendai.
Granny?
Yep. Is there something wrong with that?
No, Paimon's just a bit surprised. She looks so young.
Yeah, a lot of people compliment Granny on her youthful looks, but she's actually much older than she appears.
Oh, meu, não fala isso não, filha.
Granny, why don't you take a seat? Come on, it's not polite to stare.
Huh. Have we met before?
No.
Tis a fated meeting, then. Please, take a seat.
What would you like to eat, Granny? I can order for you. I want braised earthworms. They always pop up out of the ground after a rainstorm. No, not this again. Granny, there's no braised earthworms on the menu.
Braised earthworms? Well, that sounds weird. Do people actually eat that? Right, that's what Paimon was thinking too. Need any help?
Help? Oh, do you mean with Granny? Thanks, that's nice of you to offer. Granny has pretty bad dementia, so her memory's getting worse all the time. She's always saying things that sound kinda confusing. Actually, her memory's been bad ever since I was little. But it's gotten so bad lately that I even have to remind her who I am every morning. They died young. It's just me and Granny now.
Oh,
but it's okay. Don't feel bad. Granny loves me a lot, and I love her a lot too. Sure, it's hard at times, but you just gotta make the best of the life you've got.
Wow. You're really tough for your age, kid.
You're too kind. And me? Oh, what about me?
A Shuyo é aquela que vira aprendiz da Cloud Retainer também, não é? Junto com a Yao Yao.
You're tough too, Granny. Plus, you're really gentle, and you're always there for me.
Yes, and it's hardly as if I forget everything. I still remember the important things. Wait, what was that really important thing again? Ah, I remember now. It was a dream. I had a dream where everything was dark. Someone was standing in front of me. She told me to come and find her, and that once I'd found her, I would be free.
Huh? That sounds super important. But how come you've never told me about it before?
It was just a dream, so I forgot about it. But I'm in a good mood now, and somehow I remembered it again. You know, I believe I've had this dream a great many times. But just how many times have I had it? Now that I do not remember.
Wait, so you have a reoccurring dream where someone's talking to you? That sounds spooky. Oh, does that mean you're possessed?
Unlikely. Her eyes are clear and her breathing remains calm and level. One sees no signs of possession.
Are you sure?
I mean, she has thousands of years of experience. I mean, eu acreditaria nela.
Who do you take me for? Is one not an adept? Am I not an expert?
Huh, you're right. Paimon almost forgot you're the expert. In that case, do you still remember what the person in your dreams looked like, Granny?
Not anymore. Although, I have a sense that she looked rather like me. But not as I am now. My younger self.
A younger version of Granny? This is just getting weirder and weirder. What is going on here?
Não faço ideia, Paimon.
As one said, fate
Tô aqui
must
só
have
pra
brought us
descobrir.
together. You may leave the situation to me.
Are you sure? So, what are your names? Paimon's Paimon.
Just Shenyun is fine.
Thank you all so much for offering to help. But first, I'm sorry for asking, but, how do you want us to pay you back?
Não, os desenvolvedores já pagam a gente com primogênito. Tá tranquilo.
Oh, we don't need any payment for this. Thank you so much. You're welcome. But Miss Shenyun, what exactly can we do to help out this granny?
Cara, ela tá. Agora que eu percebi, ela tá flutuando na cadeira, velho.
All we have to go off is that dream.
Come on, Mihoyo, are you fucking serious? Hoyoverse, come on, guys. Dude, you only need to. Come on, man.
That is elementary. Since her dreams portray her younger self, then we shall retrace the steps of her youth. Once we have revisited those places, her memories will likely return.
Sounds like a plan. So, Granny, do you remember which places you went to when you were young?
Why, of course I do. The heavens above, the earth below, the wispy clouds, and the emerald mountain streams.
Okay, taking that as a no. I might have an idea. Once, when I was really little, my dad told me that Granny used to be a martial artist heroine who saved loads of people from a disaster. If it's true, then maybe they wrote about it in the history books or something. A martial arts heroine? Oh, Shinjo knows tons about Liyue's chivalric traditions. If anyone knows about the heroes of the past, it's him. Let's go find him at the Feiyun Commerce Guild.
Are you leaving already? But I'm still hungry.
I'll go order some food, Granny. If there's nothing on the menu you especially want, I'll just get a few different things.
It seems we must part ways for now. The Traveler and Paimon are bound for the Feiyun Commerce Guild, while Yuendai and Shuyu shall remain here and partake of their lunch. As for myself, I have matters to discuss with Streetward Rambler.
That is a good idea.
Streetward Rambler? Oh,
Yeah.
you mean Madam Ping!
Precisely. Let us meet at
Yeah.
Yujing Terrace once you are ready.
Madame Ping poderia saber. Se bem que ela falou que ela tem coisas que ela tá fazendo, né? Que ela quer fazer, né? Mas a Madame Ping conhece geral aqui também. Pera. Eu acho que a Yao Yao, no caso, é. Yao Yao, eu acho que é disciple da Madame Bing, né? Eu não lembro mais, velho. Tem tanto tempo que eu não faço a história do Genshin. Sincho, my dude! How you doing, man?
Huh. It's you two. What brings you here?
Shincho! Great, we found you! We wanted to ask you about something.
That's not a whole lot of information to go off of. I don't know if I can say for sure. I can't pinpoint her identity from your description alone. But considering her age, I am reminded of a nameless heroine who's been featured in various chivalric novels.
Nameless heroine?
That's right. The novels often speak of a great drought from 50 years ago. As the people suffered, a nameless heroine appeared and began to clear away evil spirits and bandit camps. The people idolized her, but never learned her name. All they knew was that she always acted alone. Later, though, she supposedly fell in love with a similarly noble-minded exorcist from Mount Tianheng. They were well matched in more ways than one, often fighting together as a fearsome duo of otherworldly strength. After the drought ended, the heroine and the exorcist left the public eye and began living a reclusive life in the mountains. All that remained were tales of her incredible accomplishments. The way this nameless heroine faded from fame into obscurity later in life is not too dissimilar from Miss Yuendai. I hope that's somewhat helpful.
Probably.
Thanks a lot, Shincho. We knew it'd be worth talking to you.
It's nothing at all. Just something I came across while reading. I did do a bit of extra research on her story, but it was just out of personal curiosity.
Well, Paimon still thinks that's super cool. Oh, wait, Shincho, if you've read up on her, do you know of any places often associated with her?
Let me think. In the novels, the nameless heroine always appeared near one of 3 places. Wangshu Inn, the area just north of Jueyun Karst, and Qingyun Peak.
Jueyun Karst. Nowhere.
Perhaps the real-life heroine who inspired the character was also often seen near those 3 places. That would explain why those locations appear in the various novels written about her. You're welcome. To be honest, I found some parts of the story confusing when I first came across it. If Miss Yuendai was indeed the original inspiration for the character, she may just be able to help me put the pieces together. It's rare for a chivalric hero to fade into obscurity during their lifetime, even after retiring from the public eye. But no one ever saw or heard from the nameless heroine again. There were even rumors that she became extremely ill. I've never understood why someone would go to such lengths to erase themselves from public memory. It's almost as if she was trying to hide from something. There's probably far more to the story than what's been written.
We'll be sure to tell you if we manage to uncover the truth.
That's a deal. Perhaps, behind the truth of it all, there lies a story more fantastical than any work of fiction.
Sad, né? Bom, uma história bem triste.
Paimon feels like we just learned so much from Shincho. A drought, a nameless heroine, a life of seclusion. Wait, why does the story sound super familiar?
Yep. Sounds really familiar to Cloud Retainer, né? Lembra bastante a Cloud Retainer. Talvez a Cloud Retainer era meio que ídolo dela.
Oh, right! There's a drought in this story too! Shincho, are droughts super common in Liyue or something?
Well, they used to be. But people have long since developed methods to prevent them, like by cultivating the soil or digging canals. So while droughts do happen from time to time, they are rarely regarded as true disasters. The drought 50 years ago is probably one of the worst we've had in the last several centuries. The crops withered, the streams ran dry, and the monsters in the mountains became rabid and agitated. Countless caravans were attacked, and people who lost their homes came together to form bandit groups.
What started as a natural disaster soon became a human tragedy as well.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, and that's exactly why the nameless heroine was so beloved. She must have been someone of true integrity, to do so much for the people while asking nothing in return. Still, as terrible as that drought was, it was nothing compared to the truly calamitous disasters that befell this land in ancient times. They say that back in those days, disasters were both more severe and more common. Only the strongest of Adepti could hope to dispel the ruin and devastation. Do you have any other questions?
We're good for now. We're just going to head back and meet up with Miss Xianyan and the others again. Paimon hopes that Granny Yuendai will be able to remember more of her past. She used to be a great hero who saved many people. So sad that she can't recall any of it. Anyway, we'll be off now. See you some other time, Xingqiu. Thank you so much for your help.
It's no problem at all. Safe travels.
Isso é realmente bem triste. Hello.
I have recorded the tune that you requested. I hope it will be of help to you.
Oh, thank you. Straight word, Ping. What has amused you so?
Oh, it's no serious matter. I was just reminiscing about the last time I saw you in this form. Time has wrought such change in this world, and yet you appear just the same as ever.
Time has little bearing on one's existence, nor has one keenly felt its effects whilst dwelling at Mount Outsong. Nevertheless, Ping, one would like to seek your counsel on a personal matter.
Oh, why so formal all of a sudden? I must say, you're making me a little nervous. What is it?
Well, the inquiry is as such. Approximately how much more would one need to afford a comfortable life in the harbor, not unlike the one that you yourself lead?
It does not require as much as you may think. Still, do you mean that...
Cloud Retainer, Madam Ping! What are you two talking about?
Nothing save for some trivial matters. Have you unearthed any useful details?
Xingqiu has a theory, but let's save it for when Chuyu and Miss Yuendai have joined up with us again.
Do not be troubled, young lady. Here, have some tea.
Thank you so much. What do you think, Chuyu? Does it match up with what you know of your granny?
According to the story, the nameless heroine eventually fell in love with an exorcist from Mount Tianheng. Maybe that's my grandpa. I don't have many memories of him, but there was this one time I found a box in our attic full of a bunch of weird sigils.
Pode ser os bagulho que eles usam pra praticar exorcismo, né?
I think so too. Granny might remember something once she's returned to a familiar place.
What marvelous tea. I can taste the dew's sweetness in this cup. It's as if I was taking a stroll in the mountains, thoroughly one with nature and at peace.
Is that so? Then please drink as much as you like. There's no need to hurry. At our age, it's always nice to slow down and take the time to appreciate pleasant conversation.
Tu tem milhares de anos, Madam Ping.
Thank you.
Okay, since we have the time, can I ask you something?
Sure thing. What would you like to know?
I have a secret I want to tell you. Let's go talk over there.
É engraçado a Madame Ping falar, só porque a gente é velho. Tecnicamente você é velho, assim, você tem milhares de anos. Porém, você só aparenta ser velha porque você quer. Porque você pode usar seus poderes aí pra parecer
What's
nova.
wrong, Shiryu? Well, I've been kind of meaning to ask ever since we started talking in the restaurant, but are you guys all adepti in disguise? Oh, about that. Well, you guys just seem super special. Plus, I think I might have heard Miss Shen Yun call herself an adeptus. Oh, must have been a slip of the tongue. Shen Yun, since you were the one who, misspoke, maybe you can explain to Shiryu here what you really meant by that.
One is indeed an adeptus. Is that of some concern to you?
I knew it. Well, one time when I was a little kid, I saw a pure white illuminated crane. I had this super high fever, and Granny wasn't around. I was feeling all icky and gross. But then this snowy white crane flew down from the sky. She put me on her back and flew me to her cool Adeptus house and fed me some sort of magic potion. When I woke up, I was already back in my bed and my fever was gone. I really wanted to thank her, but I was too sleepy to stay awake, so I never got the chance. So I just kind of wanted to ask if maybe any of you have ever met an Adeptus like that? A pure white illuminated crane? The only two we've ever met are blue and white and black and brown. Have you ever met one that's pure white, Clovertina?
Never has one met an adeptus with such features. One surmises such a description is but a hyperbolic embellishment that oft results from narrative accounts.
That's weird. Was it really just a dream then? Well, even if it was just in my head, it doesn't matter that much anyway. All I really want is to help Granny recover her memories. I'm really grateful for all your help. Leave it to us! Now that we know the 3 locations, we just need to visit them one by one. Let's go to Wangshu Inn first. Okay, I'll go get Granny.
My God. Eu espero que o pessoal de Tevat conheça realmente. Cara, eu já comentei isso, velho. Mas todo mundo de Tevat todas as conversas que você tem com todos os personagens de Tevat, tirando um personagem, dá a impressão que eles não sabem sobre os teleportes, os waypoints. Só tem um personagem de Tevat, até hoje que eu vi, comentando sobre o waypoint. A Catherine da Adventure Guild. É muito sinistro, velho. Muito sinistro. Porque, sei lá, talvez a galera não sabe utilizar, tá ligado? Os waypoints. E eles existem. Ou talvez, sei lá, os desenvolvedores meio que colocaram uma piada, tá ligado? Quebrando a 4ª dimensão, sei lá. 4ª parede. 4ª dimensão não, 4ª parede, sorry. Tem uma só tem só uma vez que ela fala, se eu não me engano, é quando você encontra ela a primeira vez em Inazuma. Eu não lembro certamente, mas eu acho que a primeira vez que você encontra ela em Inazuma, ela te dá essa missão. Ela te fala sobre os waypoints. Só que na verdade a gente sabe que são a gente meio que acha que tem várias versões diferentes da Catherine pelo fato dela ser um androide, né?
Do you remember this place, Granny?
Yes. The fish here is very delicious. And if you look out into the distance, you can always spot a bird that's been left behind by its flock.
Is it a bird that was left behind by its flock, or?
Yes, I spent a lot of time looking out that window. Which room was it again? Let me look.
I'll come with. Paimon's still having some trouble understanding what she's talking about, but if she's so familiar with this place, that must mean she lived here, right? Wait. Huh? Whoa! Sam, what are you doing here all of a
I
sudden?
mean, faz sentido o Shaw aparecer do nada, velho. A Cloud Retainer tá aqui, né?
I sensed a non-human presence and decided to come take a look. If you're here, then there's likely no trouble afoot. I suppose there's no cause for concern. It's been a while, Cloud Retainer. I see you have returned to your previous form. I have indeed. I fought alongside her in this form on many occasions during the Archon War.
Oh, wow! What was she like during the war? Oh, wait, let Paimon take a guess. Was it anything like this?
Behold, the glory of one's newest invention, the Bang Bang Continuous Fire Mechanism. Hands up and surrender, or be prepared to face the full might of the Adepti.
An impressive imitation.
An impressive imitation.
Paimon knows her all too well.
Even so, Cloud Retainer was not always as ostentatious as you describe. You may be unaware, but her talent with Adepti sigils is just as formidable as her skill in mechanics. The Archon War reached its peak after Guizhong's death.
Yeah.
The Cloud Retainer who fought beside me in those devastating battles was taciturn and solemn, only speaking when she had to activate her sigils.
A Cloud Retainer who barely talks? Paimon can't picture it. But what happened after that? If you were so powerful in your human form, why did you decide to take up your bird form again?
Once one had bid farewell to the world of mortals, what use would one still have for such a shape?
I mean, yeah, ela fala a verdade, é.
When dwelling between mountain and forest, away from the struggles and troubles of the mortal world, a mortal form is hardly the most fitting of choices.
Yeah. Tecnicamente ela não é uma mortal, né? Ela não é um ser humano. Então não faz sentido ela ter uma forma humana se ela não vai viver com os humanos, né? Obviamente agora faz sentido ela pegar a forma humana de volta, já que ela tá pensando em se reunir à civilização humana, né?
After the war, Cloud Retainer retired to Mount Outsong, only revealing herself to the occasional visitor, and always in her avian form. Although I do believe there was an occasion some 30-odd years ago, when she decided to don her human form. I believe it was for the purpose of...
One believes there is little need to relive bygone matters.
Okay.
Granny, are you okay?
Back then, at this place,
Perhaps this conversation should end here. I shall take my leave now.
And then he just vanishes.
Should you encounter any trouble,
Oh no.
you need only call my name. However, given that you are traveling with Cloud Retainer, I trust you are in good hands.
He just goes, dude.
I think Granny is finally beginning to remember her past.
Slowly now, calm your mind and recount what has been recalled.
a long time ago, I stayed here to recuperate from my illness.
Huh. So what Shinjo said was true! You did fall ill! Was that why you went into hiding?
I don't remember. I'm very sorry, but I can't even remember the name of my illness. The only thing I can remember is that it took a great toll on me, and there was no cure for it. I was confined to my room in Wangshu Inn, where I spent many days unconscious. I'd come to every once in a while and stare at the migrating birds outside the window. It was a solemn sight. I remember crying, but I'm not even sure I knew why.
Será que o Shao ia comentar dela ter tomado a forma humana 30 anos atrás tem a ver com o período que essa Yuan Dai aqui entrou em estado de... se adoeceu, no caso, né? Talvez ela tomou forma humana para ajudar ela de algum motivo. Por isso que ela perguntou quando a gente viu ela pela primeira vez se as duas já se encontraram uma vez, se elas duas já se. É, se elas duas já se encontraram alguma vez.
One day, I met a traveling merchant. Upon hearing of my illness, he sold me a bottle of soul revitalizing tea pills.
That looks like a guy.
He told me that the pills were concocted using Adepti blood and could be used to alleviate my symptoms. Sure enough, I made a full recovery. My illness remained dormant for several decades after that.
So the dementia you're suffering from now on is actually.
But if your illness remained dormant for several decades, are you saying that what you're going through now is just a relapse of what happened all those years ago? And it was all thanks to the pills that you managed to keep the symptoms in check? Paimon's brain kinda hurts. Do you remember anything else?
Faz sentido, sei lá, teoricamente o sangue dos adeptos ter propriedades mágicas, porque todos os adeptos que a gente encontrou até agora são muito velhos, né? Tipo, tem milhares de anos, centenas ou milhares de anos, e todos eles têm a memória boa.
I'm sorry, I don't. Oh, if only I wasn't so useless.
Hey, don't talk like that.
Hey, you're not useless. You've done so much for me. Watched me grow up. Raised me. How could you say that about yourself?
Yeah, don't talk like that.
Oh, fret not, dear child. Granny was just a bit frustrated. That's all.
The recovery of a person's memories is a gradual process. Finding pieces of one's past is always superior to not finding anything at all. Let us make haste to the next location.
Mano, vocês estão levando a véia de um lugar pra outro, velho.
Oh, why don't we go to the area north of
Como é que vocês estão levando ela, velho? Ela tá indo andando de um lugar pro outro? Como é que ela tem...
Really a
Dude,
landmark
come on,
there,
dude.
so where should we start? Oh, Paimon's got it. Let's check out the houses in the area first. After all, if she was there for any length of time, then she would have stayed somewhere, right? Oh, Paimon's really got her thinking cap on today. At this rate, we'll recover all of Granny Wendai's memories in no time.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, era o que eu temia. Esse local aqui é todo disperso, não tem quase nada por um... Tem uma história da Beidle que se passa por aqui, não é? Treasure Hoarders.
Guess it's time to round up some bad guys.
The hunter becomes the hunt.
Do you remember anything about this place, Granny Wendai?
Let me think. I feel like I've been here before, but I don't think I stayed here too long. I might have just rested here briefly before continuing on my way.
Got it. That's okay. There are still plenty of other places we can check.
Wait a second. If I remember correctly, I believe I brought... Ah, yes. I brought some sweet snacks with me. Go on, take some. You need to eat a lot if you want to grow big and strong.
Eu achei que a gente ia... Que ela ia falar algo sobre o local que ela ficou. Ok. Achei que ela ia dar alguma pista sobre o local que ela ficou, mas não. God dang it.
Did you remember something, Granny?
I remember. Shuyu, this is where your father was born. It was a moonless night. I had been injured, so your grandpa was supporting me. We fled together with some being in the fog behind us in hot pursuit. I had exhausted my strength when the labor pains came on, so we took refuge in this house. Your grandpa set up a barrier outside, but neither of us knew if it could hold the monsters back.
Wait, algum tipo de. É, pode ser algum espírito negativo mesmo, né, cara? Tipo os que o Chongyun persegue, né?
I remember that night. I remember falling to my knees, reciting a prayer over and over. I alone am the source of this sin. Punish me as
Source
you
of the
wish for
sin?
forsaking my
O que ela
oath,
fez de errado?
but spare my innocent child.
Sin? Oath? Did you do something wrong?
I don't know. I don't remember. I only remember praying in the darkness with all my strength until the sun finally rose again and the fog cleared out. Eventually, the house was filled with the sound of my baby's first cries. That baby was your father. I remember I clutched him tight to my chest and wept tears of joy. It was the first time I'd ever felt such happiness in my life.
My dad?
He was my pride and joy, and so are you, Shuyu. You're so much like him, and I love you both so much. But you're always going to be different from me. Why? Just what did I do?
I don't care what you might have done, Granny. You'll always be the person I love more than anything.
Ela criou ela, né, cara?
You're too sweet, Shuyu. I'm lucky to have you with me. If not for you, I would not have had the courage to come here, to try to remember what I had forgotten. All right, let's not stand around any longer. There's one place left, yes? Let's go take a look.
If one recalls correctly, the next place should be Qingyun Peak. Yuandai, how fares your health?
I may be a bit slow, but I'll do my best to keep up. I'm sorry to keep everyone waiting.
Climb on. I shall carry you to the top.
Okay.
Oh, such lightness of weight.
All those who grow old grow frail in the end, do they not? First, you lose your memory, then your health. Eventually, you end up losing everything. My only wish is to depart this world with a lucid mind, to free myself of this torment and the burden it places upon others.
Fret not. You have my aid in this endeavor.
That's quite a sad story. Ah, fuck, acho que eu perdi. Um moment, deixa eu dar uma olhada no negócio aqui.
finally here. Does this place feel familiar to you, Granny One Day?
Let me see. How strange. Have I lived here before? When we were at Wangshu Inn and the abandoned house earlier, though I couldn't remember everything, I still felt a sense of familiarity. I could easily picture myself in those places. But here, I don't have that feeling. Perhaps I did come here in the past, but it just didn't leave a strong impression on me.
But did the stories get it wrong then? Yeah, that's true. But they're also the only thing we have to go off of. Paimon was hoping this place would jog Granny Uendai's memory just like the others.
I'm sorry to disappoint you too.
It's alright. We're not going to give up yet. We'll figure something else out. Just you wait.
Thank you. If only I could remember. Huh? That way. What's that mountain?
Oh, let Paimon look! Huh? Isn't that Mount Outsong? Looks like we've come full circle.
Mount Outsong. Mount Outsong.
Granny, are you okay? Don't push yourself, Granny. It's okay if you can't remember. You shouldn't do something that makes you sad.
Mount Outsong, What am I really?
Mount Outsong holds some familiarity to you?
It does, but I can't go back.
Are you feeling unwell?
My head, it feels all heavy and dizzy. What is wrong with me?
Que Mount Outsang? What? What is wrong with her?
Is there anything you can do?
Let us go to Mount Outsong.
But...
Fret not, all will be well. You and I, you have already given more than enough to the pursuit of this endeavor. You may leave the rest to me. I've prepared something that can aid you in suppressing the fear in your heart and restoring your lost memories. It currently resides at Mount Outsong.
Wait, really? When did you do that?
I never leave anything to chance. All will reveal itself when we arrive.
Ela tem algum tipo de relação com a Cloud Retain. Good. Muito obrigado por ter feito isso. That fucking teleport waypoint is the worst. Esse teleport waypoint de Mount Outsang é o pior de todos, mano.
Shower me with praise. Come on, just tell Paimon already. What's this thing you've prepared?
Here, this is it.
Huh? But isn't this the mechanism that you were tinkering with when we first got here? Oh, is it another invention of yours?
Precisely. A recent one at that. I am most pleased with the result. I call it the Suspensus Somnium mechanism. It periodically releases a soft breeze, which when paired with a gentle adeptal tune, can help the listener subconsciously relax and even enter a semi-hypnotic state. Soothing agitation and anxiety, relieving exhaustion and insomnia, its potential
Eu tô
uses
precisando de
are
desses, hein?
indeed. And of course, it can also aid in the recovery of lost memories.
Whoa, what a cool gadget! But if you had it all along, why did you keep it to yourself until just now? We could have come to Mount Outsong right off the bat and saved time on a lot of floating.
How preposterous. Had Yuendai not recalled much of her past through her own efforts, the device would have nothing to draw upon. We Adepti can only help those who first resolve to help themselves. Had she lacked such determination and strength of character, one would have little to offer in way of assistance.
Paimon thinks she gets it now. Hey, what's that other thing?
As previously mentioned, a gentle adeptal tune is required to take full advantage of the mechanism. One secured such a tune from Streetward Rambler. Only with her melodies can the mechanism reach its peak power.
Yep.
Oh, Paimon can feel what you mean. Paimon's body feels light as a feather. It's as if she's lying down on a warm patch of grass after a super satisfying meal.
And you and I, is the mechanism helping you to relax? It appears she has already succumbed to the depths of reverie. Come, join one on this side. We shall give her some time to herself.
Yep.
The drought is over. But why do you look like you want to cry?
The potion. It's nearly run its course.
I've never regretted meeting you. Not even for a second.
Please. Please, no. Have you forgotten? This is the world you left behind. One of gentle breeze and morning dew, perfectly straddled betwixt the realms of heaven and earth. This is your home. This is where you belong. You should have never left. The you of the past, the me from not that long ago. We should have never.
So is she the... Huh. What? She's the
So
white...
that is the truth. No wonder this place is so familiar. Granny!
Interesting.
Granny, are you okay?
Cloud Retainer.
Your memories have returned.
Wait, did you just call her by her full name? Does that mean you already knew each other?
Yes. I now remember everything. Everything.
Granny, please don't cry. I'm here.
Oh, don't worry, my dear child. Granny is fine. I'm so sorry, everyone. You've gone to so much trouble on my behalf. It's all come back to me now. The most important thing that I had forgotten was the truth of what I once was.
Ela era um animal? O que ela era, velho? Ela era um animal que se transformou em pessoa? Algum tipo de forma que não é uma pessoa e se transformou em pessoa? What the fuck is going on?
One can sense the guilt that now plagues your conscience. Reclaiming a truth long buried is sure to come with a myriad of complex emotions. Perhaps one should recount the story on your behalf while you compose yourself.
No, it's okay. Now that I've remembered, I must face my memories head on. Shuyu, everyone, I cannot thank you enough for all your help. I'm ready to tell you my story, if you're willing to listen.
Please do.
Granny,
Please
don't force
do.
yourself. What happened in the past doesn't matter. I love you more than anything. Nothing you say can change that.
I know, dear child. My feelings for you are exactly the same. It is for this reason that you deserve to know the truth. Some time ago, I made a terrible mistake. One for which I could never atone.
Is this the sin that you mentioned in Joyun Karst? What happened?
I am, in truth, not a human being. My real form, one that I held for centuries, was that of a wild crane. I spent many, many years living on Mount Outsong, bathing in the soft breeze and drinking the sweet dew of the mountains. At some point, I somehow gained wisdom and sentience. The Lord of the Mountain, Cloud Retainer, became aware of my existence and began to share many stories with me.
Secret of cultivation.
Secret of cultivation to me.
Oh, that is
And though she
interesting.
never took me on as a
That is so
formal
Chinese.
disciple, I always saw her as my master. Whenever she took out her tools to work on mechanisms or new inventions, I would also stand next to her and watch. I even contemplated completing my training and becoming an adeptus in my own right. I followed her teachings, and time gradually passed us by. Until that fateful day 50 years ago.
50 years ago?
That's right. Master regaled me with many stories of her past
Faz
deeds.
sentido. Faz
From
sentido. Foi o que
them,
eu
I
falei.
learned how she had saved people from a similar crisis in the past.
Yeah. Lembra que eu falei que possivelmente a Cloud Retainer era um ídolo dela, e isso que fez com que ela procurasse salvar a galera da enchente, por conta da história da Cloud Retainer ter feito o mesmo alguns milhares de anos
She
atrás,
was the one I
ou
looked up
centenas.
to the most. More than anything, I dreamt of becoming an adeptus like her. I wanted to travel the land like she had, relieving suffering wherever I went. But I was still far from being a real adeptus. I possessed no ability to take on human form and fit in with the crowd. Once she learned of my desires, Master prepared a special dose of human mimicry potion for me. She warned me that the potion's effects would only last 10 years, and if I were to fail to return to my original form at the end of that time, I would forever forget my past as a crane and become something neither human, beast, nor adeptus.
So that's what happened.
Oh no. So that was the source of your dementia all along.
But you never turned back into a crane. Talvez é porque ela... Talvez é porque ela formou uma família.
Was it because of Grandpa?
Yeah.
Indeed, I fell in love. Though he was human, he had spent his entire life training on Mount Tianheng. When we met, it was not only my first foray into the world below, but his as well. Although clumsy and impulsive as he was, you'd think he was the real strange bird among the two of us. But still, just like me, he cared deeply about the world and wanted, more than anything, to cleanse it of all pain and suffering. I could not help but fall for him. But my time continued to tick away. Those 10 years passed by in a flash. Yet I did not want to leave his side, so I...
Oh no, what happened next?
I committed an offense. I wanted to stay with him, even if it meant living a life full of pain and suffering, even if it meant that I would eventually turn into a monstrosity. I knew I had betrayed Master's hopes, but I was too ashamed to face her. So I wrote her a long letter instead and asked someone to leave it outside her abode. I was convinced that she would not support my decision, and I lacked the courage to speak to her face to face. In my shame, I fled and tried to hide from the world, such that no one would be able to find me again. But that was only the beginning of my troubles. I began to suffer from a strange illness. My memories became hazy and confused, and I could no longer keep myself awake. I understood that my pain was caused by my refusal to return to the life I was fated to lead. Along with my memories as a crane, I soon forgot the true cause of my suffering as well. I knew only that I had committed a sin. All I could do was pray for forgiveness, even if I had long forgotten what needed to be forgiven.
Peraí. Se ela esqueceu da forma dela de Crane, como que ela retornou para a forma de Crane para poder salvar a a neta dela.
Looking back, I was beyond lucky to have come across that traveling merchant at Wangshu Inn. It was such a fortunate coincidence that we were there at the same time. If it weren't for those soul-revitalizing tea pills, I probably would have...
Granny, what's wrong?
Coincidence? Why did I ever think it was a coincidence?
Yep.
Tea pills concocted using the blood of an adeptus? No, it couldn't be.
O fato do Xiao ter comentado dela ter tomado uma forma humana 30 anos atrás e o fato da Yuan Dai ter o sangue de adeptas provavelmente foi a Cloud Retain, né? Tomando outra forma.
Master, don't tell me. Back then, that merchant was actually...
Human custom would dictate the conferral of gifts to be in order when one's progeny is wedded, would it not? Consider the pills a symbol of one's best wishes.
So when I tried to conceal my name and mistakes from the world and hide myself away in perpetuity, the only person I managed to deceive was myself. You knew where I was all along.
One still remembers when you were but a fledgling. You possessed a certain fondness for a particular game. You would hide yourself among a group of wild cranes and ask one to pick you out from among the flock. One found you with such ease every time. 'Tis a truth most evident. One always recognizes one's own, no matter what form they may take.
Wait! Paimon's confused! So, Cloud Retainer, you found Yuendai again? But how? When? And what happened after that?
Perhaps it is now time for one to recount the rest of the tale.
Ok. Oh, do we get to play with her? Oh, we do! Nice! Eu já tava me perguntando quando é que a gente ia jogar com ela. O R2 dela é da hora, mano.
Furious upon receiving your letter. Seized with anger, one set out to bring you to your senses. In truth, one had more than a few misgivings about your chosen partner. As an exorcist, his talent was lacking. One could hardly say his skill with sigils was any better. But soon, one came to appreciate the devotion he bestowed upon you during your illness. He never uttered a complaint and rarely left your side. Unwilling to begrudge someone of such character, one decided to overlook his aforementioned deficiencies. Glaring though they may have been, wishing to grant you a life without regrets, one gathered many divine ingredients and used one's own blood to create a form of medicine. Though imperfect, it managed to suppress the more dire effects of your illness. As for how to deliver the medicine, after much contemplation, one eventually decided to perform the deed oneself. One took great care to alter one's features and select the appropriate attire. Only after meticulous scrutiny did one finally set out for Wangshu
Ela só
Inn.
colocou uma barba, então.
As one expected, you
Bigodezinho
were
ali
most
com...
ignorant of one's true identity. You showed not even the slightest inkling of recognition. One was quite torn. Should one have celebrated the success of one's disguise, or mourn the loss of your acquaintance?
It's quite sad. Ooh, I love me that chest. Please give me a chest.
Yeah, skyward! Nevertheless, one would speak to you about another matter, if you are amenable. Even considering your loss of memory, one was simply flabbergasted that you could so easily forget the consequences of consuming medicine infused with adeptal blood. Its proclivity to attract monsters is hardly that complicated of a concept to remember. To think that you tried to travel while
Interesting.
weak from sickness and heavy with child. Had one not intervened to clear the fog, all of you would have been lost during the night.
Interesting.
Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Sure! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Ha! Yeah! Scatter! Skyward! Ha! Ha! Make way for the Adeptus! Yeah! Yeah! Scatter! Ha! Ha! Yeah! Hurrah! Ja! Ha! Yeah! Ja! Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Ha! Ja! Ja! Seize the skies! Ha! Yeah! Inconsequential!
Ah, shit.
Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Ha! Ha!
Eu esqueci do jump and plunge
Those
attack.
monsters would hardly have pursued you with such ferocity without sufficient incentive. They were likely incited by the presence of godly remains. Said godly remains, in turn, were likely drawn to the trace of one scent on your body. One was, after all, an active participant in the Archon War. Some of the gods were likely shattered by contraptions of one's very making. In the end, one was relieved to see you endure through the night. At the break of dawn, one heard an infant's cry pierce through the air, and one saw you carefully cradle the child to your chest. Although certain mortal matters remain foreign to me, one could not help but be moved by your joy. To see you happy, that was more than enough. Now you should have a complete understanding of the events.
Wait, but if that's true, then the crane who took care of me when I was sick must also be...
Ah, one had almost neglected to recount the absurdities of that tale.
Será que ela tomou a forma do Crane e da...
Just as Yuendai troubled one with her antics, so did you give one many a headache. Upon finding you burning with fever, one made plans to bring you back to one's abode for treatment. However, upon seeing one's form, you began to cry, refusing to get on one's back. When one asked you why, apparently you believed that one could not possibly be a true Adeptus, because all illuminated cranes are white from tip to toe. One had no choice but to apply powder to one's body to conceal the variegated nature of one's appearance. You became more than amenable enough when one stood before you devoid of any other coloring. It bears mentioning, however, that as a crane, Yuendai was nearly entirely pure white in color. Though
Interesting.
you had never encountered her in that form, you still recognize the essence of her being. Perhaps fate brought you two together in more ways than one.
Tem uma ligação mesmo com as duas, no caso. É bem interessante. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Now all has been revealed. One owes you an apology, you and I. One recognized you upon your very entrance into Wanmin restaurant. One has always viewed you as a disciple of equal standing with Ganyu and Shenhe. Indeed, one wished to bring your story to a satisfactory end with this visit to Liyue Harbor. Still, one could not reveal your identity right away. Had one simply informed you of all you had lost, all those cherished memories would merely have become the fictionalized account of another. Memories are most meaningful when recalled by those who lived through them. Would you not agree? Even if the process was painful and arduous to experience. Have you any further inquiries?
Master, I must ask. If you found me all those years ago, why did you leave me be, even though you knew about my mistake? Why did you not bring me back to Mount Outsong by force?
One has never regarded your action as a mistake. It was a simple choice, nothing more. When it is time for one's progeny to leave the nest, it is the responsibility of an elder to let them fly free. Yet, when your wings grow weary and the night grows dark, just know that you always have a place to which to return. 'Tis a refuge referred to by many a name in mortal writing. Home, nest, haven. Whatever its denomination may be, its essence remains quite unchanged. One speaks, of course, of a place not unlike one's own abode. One's disciples are free to come and go as they wish, yet the door remains forever open to those who wish to return. One rather hopes you count yourself among them.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You and I. One expects you too have sensed the rapid deterioration of your condition as of late. Have you not? 40 years ago, you chose a path without a future. Though one used one's own blood to provide you with a few decades of extra time, it merely delayed the inevitable. One may have extended the path, yet one was unable to alter its final destination. Even the power of an adeptus has its limits. Had your condition continued to deteriorate, you would have forgotten your life as a human entirely. In the end, you would have turned into a creature lacking in the ability to even comprehend its own monstrousness. Fortunately, you were able to avoid that scenario by reclaiming your memories. Though one sped the process along by providing some guidance, the result is entirely a reflection of your own effort.
So, what's gonna happen to Granny?
One will help her reclaim her original form as a wild crane. If it be fated, she may recover her sentience one day.
She's gotta go back to being a regular crane, huh?
Master, you've already done more than enough for me. I don't know how I could possibly repay your kindness. This is a better result than I could have ever hoped for. How much time do I have left?
Not long. The transformation is imminent.
Granny? Please don't leave, okay? You're all I have left. Please.
Don't be sad, dear child. Granny has led a wonderful life. My only regret is having to leave you behind. Don't forget to eat well, okay? A growing young lady like yourself needs lots of good food to grow big and strong. Promise Granny you'll take good care of yourself when I'm gone.
I promise, Granny. I'll do whatever you say.
Good girl. Good girl. Don't worry. It's not goodbye forever. Granny's gonna become the most formidable crane in all of Mount Outsung. Granny will train day and night. I won't stop until I can turn into a human without having to rely on anything but my own power. When that day comes, we'll be able to live together again. You and I. How's that sound?
Eu não sei se eu. Eu não sei se eu concordo em você contando a mentira pra uma criança, não.
Good. That's a good girl. Even though we won't see each other for a little while, as long as we both work hard,
Cara
we're
do
sure
Ether,
to meet
velho.
again someday.
I'll eat well, Granny. I promise. And I'll wait for you, no matter how long it takes.
É, cara, falei que era triste.
That's a good girl. Then Granny really has no more regrets. I'm so sorry, Master. Thank you for everything.
Shiryu.
Let her be. At her age, crying is a natural, if not fitting, response to such an event. Tears are a necessary part of maturation. Sometimes there is scarcely a better vehicle to wash away the toll of stress and misery. Now that the issue has been resolved, you should also take a moment to relax. Give yourself some time to rest. Take a nap if you must. One will wake you in due time.
That's very sad, dude. Very, very sad. Já que a Cloud Retainer não tá ali, possivelmente é um sonho? Yep, it is a fucking dream, dude.
I always believed we would see each other again. That our days of separation would finally end. And all my troubles would be behind me. If only things could stay this way forever.
Me lembra de um manhwa que eu li recentemente. Onde um dos poderes de um vilão era meio que construir uma realidade.
Curious. If you're relaxed, shouldn't your dreams be pleasant?
It was a good dream. It's just...
You weren't ready to wake up.
Yep. Com tanto de dinheiro que a MiHoYo faz, é possível que eles tenham um final onde os dois se juntem. Seja ele
Eloquent as one may
feliz
be,
ou não.
words of comfort are not one's strong suit. You are doing all you can. One can see your strength of will, your fearlessness in the face of danger. And so, whatever your dream may be, one believes that you shall achieve it. Of course, whenever the perils you face overwhelm you, or you become weary, one is always here for you.
That's very cute.
After all, as an elder, it is only right to look out for the young ones.
It's very cute. Of course you would dream of fucking food, dude. Not fucking food, of food. Eu acho da hora que deram diálogo pro Zack.
Paimon wasn't talking to you. Paimon had a dream about eating grilled chicken drumsticks, that's all. Madam Adeptus? Oh, Shuyu, you're awake. How do you feel? I feel a little better. Thanks. I know I'll see Granny again someday, so I don't feel so sad anymore. Madam Adeptus, could I ask you something? Would you take me in as a disciple?
Oh, and have you reasons for this sudden interest?
I know Granny thought what she did back then was wrong. She felt really bad about it, but without that mistake, I would have never been born. Even though Granny lost her memories, she never forgot to show me how much she loved me. So, I thought maybe one day I could become a cool Adeptus like you and help a whole bunch of people, just like Granny wanted to do.
Upon some reflection, one supposes you are no mere mortal.
It makes
The fact that
sense,
you
yeah.
blood flows through your veins is proof enough of that. If this is what you desire, one shall make it so.
Thank you so
É
much,
possível que ela consiga viver bastante tempo também, né? Porque realmente a outra não era humana.
Are you sure about this?
It's a good idea, actually. I like that.
Paimon's gonna let you in on a little secret. We've seen Cloud Retainer's two other disciples, and they pretty much eat nothing but bitter herbs like chin-chin and violet grass. If you join them, you'll never enjoy one-man restaurant's delicious cooking ever again.
How utterly preposterous. One has never enforced such a rule. Every individual must find their own path to enlightenment. So long as one retains a pureness of spirit, one's dietary proclivities are quite irrelevant.
Well, you say that, but Paimon's not seeing any tasty treats up here now, is she?
Although Mount Outsong is rich in natural beauty, its location does preclude access to certain finer mortal comforts.
Eu lembro da Shenra ter falado que a parada era difícil de achar. Se bem que eu acho que ela não querer era matar animais, né? Porque ela comentou da parada das flores e ervas que ela encontrar, tipo. Eu imagino que ela deva comer justamente pelo fato dela conseguir achar fácil, sei lá.
That is precisely why one plans to relocate to Liyue Harbor. Shu Yu shall have the honor of becoming one's first disciple in the human world.
Whoa, you're leaving Mount Outsong?
Wither catches on.
One has never concerned oneself with the location of one's residence. From the very beginning, one has sought only solace and peace. Yet in the end, all of one's disciples ended up in Liyue Harbor. Ganyu, Shenhe, Yuan Dai. They all chose a life among the mortal world. One has reflected on this fact for many years now. One can only assume that it is due to some failing on one's part as an elder or master. A failing, perhaps, of recognizing what it was they truly wanted. One is most curious as to what aspect of Liyue Harbor could have enticed them to remain there. One could hardly offer an opinion on the matter, but perhaps some time in the harbor will prove instructive.
Yeah, minha, você vai ter como conversar com a Shenhe, com a Ganyu, vai ter como conversar com o John Lee, vai ter como conversar com a Madame Ping e a sua nova discípula, né? Obviamente.
Why are you all so silent?
Paimon is, just a bit shocked, that's all. So, does this mean we can grab a meal together in Liyue Harbor sometime?
One has precious little time to squander. However, if one finds oneself otherwise unoccupied, one would not be opposed to the idea. One will be assuming the identity of a human while residing in Liyue Harbor.
Oh,
You should
are
take
you
care to avoid
serious?
disclosing one's true identity.
Tá, e daqui a 50 anos, quando você não envelhecer? Ou você vai pelo mesmo caminho da Madame Ping? Porque a Madame Ping envelhece, mas todo mundo sabe que ela é adeptas. Ou seja, ela não vai morrer de uma hora para outra.
Don't worry, we'll help you keep it a secret. So, when can we expect to start seeing you in the city?
Perhaps in 2 days' time. One has some matters to see to before one's departure. Preparation is the key to success, after all. One plans to put up various items from one's collection for sale. The earnings should provide for a comfortable living in Liyue Harbor. One has already picked out a handsome property near Chuhu Rock. 'Tis no small purchase, but what is mortal life if not one expense after another?
Eu concordo eu concordo completamente contigo.
Seems like you've really thought of everything.
Viver é caro, velho. Viver é caro.
Then how about we meet up in Liyue Harbor in 2 days?
A sensible plan. See you then. Oh, also, why don't you take this suspense somnia mechanism as a souvenir? Anytime you should feel ill at ease in the future, you may try quieting your mind and sitting in meditation as you listen to its melodies. It might help you find a new perspective.
É uma decoração pra home?
Awesome! Thanks, Cloud Retainer! Hey,
That'd be
didn't
cool.
I promise Shincho that we'd tell him what we found out?
Yup. Ah, shit. Yup. É uma decoração. Se não tá ali é porque é uma decoração. Eu só não achei ainda no meio desse monte de coisa. Ah, achei aqui. Complex and intricate adaptive mechanism created by the hand of Cloud Retainer that can miraculously soothe the mind and aid with sleep, and help those afflicted with amnesia to find themselves. However, as its creator said, we Adaptai can only help those who first resolve to help themselves. Although adaptive mechanisms are truly wondrous, they are not omnipotent. If you wish to realize your dream, you must ultimately rely upon your indefatigable, eu não sei como falar essa palavra, velho, efforts. Lá.
Indefatigable.
Indefatigable. Okay, now I know.
Should we make a trip to the Feiyun Commerce Guild? It's totally up to you.
Yes.
So, about your move to Liyue Harbor, you gonna tell the other Adepti about it?
I have left an explanatory note in my abode. Those 2 old fossils will discover it, I am sure, should they come seeking my company. Considering their recent penchant for going off on private escapades, however, I find myself caring little for how they shall receive this news.
Actually, no. Okay, interesting. Será que eu consigo encontrar o Sincho ali pra conversar com ele? Ou vou ter que esperar os 2 dias? Wait until 2 days later. Oh, ele tá ali. Vamos ver se eu consigo conversar com ele.
We meet again, dear friends. How did everything go?
Great! And it's all thanks to you!
Ah, I see. So the stories didn't get it right after all. Even though she was a celebrated heroine, she had to bear a heavy burden that most could not hope to understand. Thank goodness for the help of that Adeptus. At least she was able to recover what she had lost. Although I cannot claim to know exactly how their story will unfold from here, I trust the ending will be a happy one. Those
I hope
united in a
so.
common purpose always find a way back to each other in the end. Thank you for helping me fill in the gaps. And don't worry, I'll keep this all to myself. It's not my story to tell, after all.
That's awesome. Okay, so wait 2 days. Ela vai se mudar lá pra perto da mina que vende perfume.
Your concerns are excessive and unfounded. This is but a simple collection of ordinary valuables. Such intense scrutiny is hardly necessary.
To be quite honest, your insistence on that fact is my primary cause for concern. In what way are any of these ordinary? Every single item here could be worth more than everything I own combined. I simply can't risk shelling out that kind of mora without proper scrutiny. If I'm wrong, I would never be able to earn it back, not even if I worked every single day for the rest of my life. I have to be careful. Yes, you can never be too careful.
We're here, Clow. Miss Shenyan, what are you guys arguing about?
Ah, perfect timing. This ignoramus is questioning the authenticity of my wares. I'll have you know, these items have remained untouched in my personal collection for several hundred years. To question their legitimacy is pure folly.
Several hundred years?
Indeed. They're family heirlooms, you see, passed down over many generations. As
Just
bells
tell the
are wont
guy,
to do.
dude.
Yep, they've definitely been around a while. We can vouch for her on that one.
Hear that? Had I not found myself in need of mora, I would scarcely have had the heart to part with them. Indeed, you should consider it an honor to even have the opportunity to behold them with your own eyes. Doubt their authenticity any further, and I may just decide to take them to another buyer.
Whoa, please don't go! I apologize for any insult, miss. You see, I know full well that I lack the knowledge to judge the true worth of these items. If you could wait but a moment, I've hired an expert to appraise them for me. He should be here shortly.
Se for o João Lee, mano, eu vou rir
An
demais.
expert, you say? Very well. I
É
will
o
wait
João
for a
Lee,
little
não é,
while
véi?
longer then. Traveler, Paimon, this is my new residence. If you have cause to seek my company in the future, this is where you can find me.
Master! Oh, it's you two again. Hello.
Shoo-you! You got a new outfit! It looks great on you.
Mm-hmm. Master made it for me. I like it too.
Huh? You know how to make clothes?
Of course she does.
Do I know how to make clothes? With the support of the proper mechanism, sewing is hardly a challenge.
Master, I brought in most of my stuff. There's a few boxes left, but they're kind of heavy, so I just left them outside.
Fret not, I shall help you move them into your room.
Actually, I should probably sort through my stuff a bit first. Everything's kind of messy right now, so maybe you could not look yet, Master? Yeah, that'd be great.
It appears my young apprentice has her own fair share of secrets. No matter. Do what you must, child.
It's very
Now,
cute.
this expert you mentioned, when can we expect their arrival?
Soon. Ah, there he is. Here, allow me to make some introductions. This is Mr. Zhang Li, a well-respected consultant at Wangshan Funeral Parlor and an expert in all manner of valuables and antiques.
Não falei, velho. Eu não falei. This is kind of awkward.
Mr. Zhang Li, this is Miss Shen Yun. She's the one who's looking to sell the collection of valuables I mentioned
Twitter,
earlier.
He's like, what the fuck have I gotten myself into? A cara do João Lee, velho.
If it isn't Miss Shenyun. It has been quite some time since our last meeting. What a serendipitous reunion.
Indeed, most serendipitous. Have you been faring well as of late, Mr. Zhangli?
Quite well, thank you. I was fortunate enough over the past few days to enjoy both a stroll in the mountains and a fresh brew of tea from the most recent harvest. The experiences left me with such insight and peace.
Huh. So you two are already acquainted?
Indeed. How fortunate we are that fate has brought us together again. If you are otherwise unaware, allow me to inform you that Miss Shenyun is a well-regarded collector and appraiser. She is well-versed in all fields, and oft-celebrated for her impeccable taste. You stand to gain much from this opportunity.
You are too kind, Mr. Zhangli. True collectors pride themselves on their wealth of knowledge and eye for
A
detail.
cara do pai, mano.
I can say without a doubt that you are foremost in that regard.
Why, you flatter me, Miss Shen.
Se agora vocês vão ficar mandando complemento, velho.
As ever.
Not at all, Mr. Zhangli. Not at all.
While I am loath to butt into this conversation, I must ask, you two already knew each other, and you seem to have quite a cordial relationship. Can I be certain that you're not working together to swindle me? I mean, you never know.
Dude, what the fuck are you saying?
A preposterous accusation. The heavens themselves would collapse before we would conspire to do such a thing.
Miss Shenyun speaks the truth. Contracts are built on honesty and trust. If that proves to be beyond your capabilities in this instance, this transaction may be taken elsewhere.
Say no more. Let us depart.
I jest. What fool would still harbor doubts after Mr. Zhangli himself has vouched for the goods? Miss Shenyun, wait! I deeply apologize for doubting you. So, Mr. Zhangli, could you please give me a final verdict on the value of these items?
There is no cause for concern. They are indeed rare and precious valuables. Take this mechanism, for instance. Though one may not immediately perceive its purpose, its structure and appearance are exquisite enough to merit it a place in any fine home. The same can be said for this one here. Few could hope to possess an item that so perfectly blends mechanical wonder with geometric grace. I am sure you have heard from your travels that the study of mechanisms is among the most wondrous arts in this world. With that in mind, I earnestly recommend procuring every last item in this collection.
All right. Since I hired you as my consultant, Mr. Zhangli, I shall, of course, trust your good opinion. Then, in that case, Miss Shenyun, I'll take the lot. However, since the final sum is quite large, how about we start with an initial deposit through the Northland Bank?
The Northland Bank? Huh. Oh, you refer to the fiduciary house. Oh, very well.
I fear people only use the term bank nowadays. In that case, I'll be off for now. I'll return to collect the goods once you've received the funds.
Dude, ela não tá conseguindo a identidade da centenas de anos, filha. Você foi realmente centenas de anos chamando fiduciary. Oh my god. How you doing, man? How you doing, my dude? Mr. Morex.
My friends.
Rex Lapis.
We've been great. How about you? Paimon didn't know you were such a busy consultant.
My days have been quite pleasant as well. I had been quietly enjoying a cup of tea when Mr. Xiaozu requested my services. As for you, Miss Shenyun, I presume you must be looking to settle in the city?
I must say, the name Shenyun sounds exceedingly strange coming from you. Perhaps you could dispense of that particular epithet in further conversation.
Whatever for. Am I not addressing you as a friend should?
Well, that is true, but... Alas, refer to me however you will. After all, a name exists such that others may address you with it. One is hardly ignorant of that fact.
It would seem that you have gained many valuable insights over the years, Cloud Retainer.
One has indeed. One's previous days were all brief. Now that one has made up one's mind to move and settle, one has gained a much better appreciation of the hubbub and commotion of the city, as well as the people's hard work and ardor. This city is much changed from how it was more than 1,000 years ago.
Not unlike the ocean tides, so too shall the movement of people ebb and flow. From turmoil to peace, enlightenment to aspiration. Human society possesses limitless potential. In another 1,000 years, the scene we witness here may change in ways that are impossible for either of us to imagine.
Alright, that's enough reflection for one day. No need to get all sentimental on us.
You make a valid point, Paimon. Now that the sale has concluded, what say one plays the host as we try some specialty dishes together? One
I like
must
that.
profess great interest in trying bamboo shoot soup.
Tá aí uma ideia interessante, velho. Tá aí uma ideia interessante. Eu nunca pensei nisso, mas tem gente que tem feito vídeos no YouTube sobre os pratos do Genshin. Seria uma interessante ideia tentar reproduzir eles.
Perhaps you have forgotten, Cloud Retainer, but I once tried my hand at that dish. You were at the table on that occasion, so logic dictates that you should have already tried it.
Oh? What occasion was this?
It was a reunion between friends several centuries ago. Alas, you must have been too preoccupied to secure yourself a portion. Or perhaps our other companions simply availed themselves of faster reflexes on that occasion.
Huh! Hardly. 'Twas most certainly out of consideration for the others in attendance. In but a moment, one will show you what it means to have a true deftness of hand. It is settled then. Bamboo shoot soup, mora meat, crab roe tofu, triple layered consommé. We shall enjoy the lot.
Caralho, eu tô com fome só de
One
ouvir.
has already passed word to Shenhun Ganyu to make a reservation. It is prime time for them to meet one's newest disciple. Is that agreeable to everyone?
It should be a most splendid occasion.
Shu Yu, come now, it is time to dine. Ah, this gentleman over here is Mr. Zhang Li. He is,
A humble employee of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
É o deus que todo mundo achou que morreu.
Nice to meet you too, Mr. Zhongli. That should be everyone, right? Let's go! Sounds good. Actually, Master, have you ever tried Adeptus' temptation?
Yeah, that is a good one.
Impossible to stop eating after even just one
Yeah,
bite.
that's a good one.
You know,
Shao likes
it's
that
super
one.
tempting and stuff. Is that true?
That sounds rather implausible. Although with the right preparation, certain dishes can be too delicious to resist.
Huh? Why are you all walking so fast? Hey, wait for Paimon! Hey, wait up!
Come on, Paimon. Let's go. Eu espero que na próxima vez que eles lançarem uma história que tenha a ver com a Cloud Retainer, Little you, my dear daughter. By the time you read this, Mommy and Dad will have already gone on a long journey. Your granny may be a little forgetful sometimes, so try to jot down a little remembers for her around the house. Maybe he has some super powerful adapters looking out for him. Talvez eles estão vivos. Pô, seria uma ideia interessante se eles lançarem uma próxima história da Cloud Retainer e aquela mina lá que era Crane, esqueci o nome dela já. Ganhar a senciência de novo e ao mesmo tempo os pais da Shuyu estarem vivos. Seria bem da hora. Primeira história sendo bem triste, a segunda história com um final bem feliz. Seria bem da hora. Mas eu achei bem da hora, cara. Achei muito da hora essa história da Cloud Retainer. Bom que agora, como ela tá aqui em Liyue Harbor, é possível que no futuro a gente tenha mais histórias como ela como personagem. Bem da hora. Dá uma olhada aqui agora. Já foi bastante tempo. Deixa eu só dar uma olhada mais uma parada aqui antes de terminar a live. Dois. Isso mesmo. Agora eu vou vazar mais tarde. Eu devo estar por aí que eu tenho que terminar o Dragon's Dogma. Tem várias quests ainda pra fazer antes de terminar o True Ending do Dragon's Dogma. Daí provavelmente eu devo partir ou pro Randomizer do Resident Evil 4 Remake, ou então continuar o Evil Within. Provavelmente o Evil Within, né? Isso aí. Valeu e até a próxima. Fui!